reaffirms that the complete process that was followed, the in-house committee, the removal of Justice Varma was correct, and fundamentally no rights of Justice Varma were violated. What is the thing that you are feeling?
We were not only first, we were only the persons of the India who were raising these bills against Justice Verma, and we were the only person who were saying that a proper inquiry should be done in this matter, and when it was done, the truth revealed before the country, and we were always raising our voice that a proper inquiry and investigation should be done in this case, and this has been done now, and everything is clear. Everything is crystal clear before all our eyes.
All right, I want to just, Vikrant Yadav, just go across for 1 minute. Karnataka High Court Bar Association's Mr. Reddy is also now joining us on the phone line. Mr. Reddy, this is also a breaking news. Vivek Reddy, sir. This is also going to be seen as a victory for the right and the truth that you stood up for. All of you as a team came to the capital. You met the Supreme Court. You asked for justice in this case. It was the first time in an unprecedented move we saw High Court Bar Associations, all of them come together to try and get some relief, to try and get to work for the wheels of motion to work for justice.
Absolutely. I think the unity which all the presidents expressed from the various parts of the country to get justice in this case and to ensure that the black sheep in the judiciary is weeded out. This was our effort. And Justice Sanjay Khanna, the Chief Justice of India, then assured us that the inquiry would be honest and transparent, and they have delivered on that. Now is another testing time where Justice Verma has moved the Supreme Court. I'm sure that the Supreme Court will take a decision to dismiss his petition. It should not be entertained. If it is entertained, then there is no end to this sort of a situation. And we also hope that Justice Verma is impeached and justice is brought to such black sheep in the judiciary. This is our ultimate effort because we didn't want it to stop at this. Our effort is that such persons must be removed and weeded out, and a mechanism must be framed in future so that these things don't repeat themselves.
I completely agree. Viewers, we slip into a quick break. I thank you for being with us as well as Mr. Vikrant. But before that, I'm also going to go across to Mr. Anil Tiwari of the Allahabad High Court Bar Association who's also joining us. Mr. Tiwari, you were the loudest voice that spoke in this case. It was you who started this campaign. Across India, people started joining you. Bar Association started joining you. Today, the Supreme Court also says that the process that was followed was constitutional. They are not going to say that the fundamental rights of Justice Verma were violated. They say everything was done according to procedure.
Hello.
Yes, Mr. Tiwari, a big win even for you today as the Supreme Court dismisses Justice Verma's plea.
After hearing this judgment, I can say that it is a step towards victory of the public at large. But still, I am shocked to understand why there is no direction to lodge FIR against Mr. Yashwant Varma. Still, I am waiting for the same because public is denied this justice. And impeachment proceeding, I wish and I request all the political parties through your channel that they should unite and this man should be impeached as early as possible.
Mr. Tiwari, impeachment proceedings, yes. What more do you think could possibly happen in this case? Do you think it's a fit case for an FIR to be filed in the case?
That is the precise point. You see, Mr. Matthew has filed a petition before the Supreme Court seeking direction that FIR should be lodged. That petition was already dismissed. You understand, you know this fact. Now, this was the occasion before the Supreme Court to say that this procedure was absolutely constitutional and this man should not be given any protection so far criminal prosecution is concerned. Because protection is given only for the removal. So
That's
this was an opportunity.
Mr. Tiwari, you're absolutely right, and we're going to see if that actually comes forward. Thank you for being with us. Viewers, it's a top focus. We'll continue tracking through today. Coming up after a short break, we get you more details. But today, victory for people as the top court dismisses the plea filed by Justice Varma, where he said that the in-house committee was unconstitutional in its procedure, and so was the recommendation made by the former Chief Justice of India, Justice Khanna.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सब का राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
The Indian economy has been the fastest growing G20 economy for 8 of the last 11 years. And those are the only 8 in the last 77 years, during which India has been the largest, has been the fastest growing economy among the G20. So, during the years that Rahul Gandhi's family ruled India, India's per capita income was declining relative to the rest of the world. Just listen to that. The average income of an Indian was declining relative to the average income of every human on earth. That is a remarkably bad outcome for India to have had. If you want a dead economy, it is the Nehruvian Indira economy and the Rajiv economy. That was a genuinely dead.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Mujawar has been a part of the ATS team that investigated this Malegaon case, and what he has to say today is explosive. He's breaking the silence. Mahmood Mujawar ji, thank you. शुक्रिया हमारे साथ बातचीत करने के लिए. First of all, आपको ये फैसला आज सुन के क्या लगा? Do you think justice has finally been done in the case, Mujawar ji?
बहुत अच्छा लगा सर, कहीं तो न्याय हो गया। और ये न्याय मिलाने के लिए जो आपने जद्दोजहद की, जो आपने कोशिश की, वो सही में काम आई सर। खास करके मैं निरंजन स्वामी का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ, जिन्होंने मेरा कोई तुम्हारे चैनल से कोई संबंध नहीं था, मगर मेरे को ढूंढ के निकाल के आपने अपने स्टूडियो में बुलाया था और बुला के मेरे को पूछ के सही तरीके से मेरा इंटरव्यू लिया।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Viewers,
viewers, get ready for a game-changing movement. Republic is proud to present R4 Sports, a national campaign dedicated to discovering, celebrating and nurturing India's sporting spirit and spotlighting the heroes who carry India's hopes one match, one moment at a time. From rising athletes to grassroots talent, R4 Sports brings their stories to center stage with one mission: sports first, nation first. This is more than a campaign, it's a call to action. R4 Sports launching tomorrow only on Republic Media Network. R4 Sports is going to be with you very soon. Big setback for Justice Yashwant Varma. Supreme Court dismisses his plea, calls it non-maintainable.
भारत अपने किसानों के, पशुपालकों के और मछुआरे भाई बहनों के हितों के साथ कभी भी समझौता नहीं करेगा.
PM Modi sends a loud and clear message to Trump on tariff and says India will never compromise. India says that they will never compromise on farmers' interests.
Indian officials have said that there are other countries that are buying Russian oil.
It's okay.
Like China, for instance,
It's
buys
okay.
more.
Yeah.
Why are you singling India out for these additional
It's
sanctions?
only been 8 hours, so let's see what happens over the next.
Sanctions
you're going to see a lot more.
So this is a taste of
You're
what's
going to
to
see a
come.
lot more. You're going to see so much secondary sanction.
Donald Trump threatens of imposing secondary sanctions after slapping 50% tariffs on India. National Security Advisor Ajit Doval to hold key meetings with senior Russian officials. Rupee rises 3 paise to 87.69 against US dollar in early trade after the Trump administration increased the tariffs on Indian exports to 50%. Getting some big updates coming in. Supreme Court has pronounced the verdict on Justice Varma's plea challenging the in-house inquiry report, viewers, and the Supreme Court has dismissed a writ petition filed by Allahabad High Court judge challenging the in-house inquiry report which indicted him in the case at home scandal, at the cash at home scandal, viewers, as well as of the then Chief Justice of India Sanjeev Khanna's recommendations made to the President and Prime Minister of Justice Varma's removal. So huge update coming in right now on Republic TV. Supreme Court has gone ahead and knocked back Justice Varma's challenge of an in-house committee that recommended his impeachment over burnt piles of money found at his Delhi home in March. I really want to go straight across to my colleague who's joining us. We have our executive editor, legal, joining us. Ridham, you know, this is huge coming in, a big setback for Justice Varma. Not just that, you know, when we broke that story, we also spoke about the accountability and integrity that the justice system should carry. And now we see it's a huge setback coming in for Justice Varma.
You know, when we broke the story, the biggest thing we were asking for was accountability. Today, the judgment comes talking about the impropriety and the accountability that Justice Varma should have given. This is something he himself should have realized. This should have been there even before the in-house committee. Justice Varma knew if there is unaccounted cash in the storeroom, he should have taken some advice earlier on. But if it's there and unaccounted cash at that, then of course there needs to be an inquiry. There is going to be an impeachment proceeding. We've already seen begun in the parliament. Today, the Supreme Court dismisses that petition that was very valiantly fought by senior advocates for him, whether it's Kapil Sibal, Mr. Mukul Rohatgi, Mr. Siddharth Luthra. He was defended by the best. But I think this is a case in which he's going to try and look at other remedies now, like the Supreme Court said. Pronouncing the judgment, the Supreme Court held at the outset the writ petition cannot be entertained in view of the conduct of Justice Varma in participating in the in-house committee and later questioning the competence of the in-house committee. Justice Varma was very much a part of the in-house committee. He gave answers when those three judges who were part of that in-house committee had asked those questions. Even though the writ petition was found to be non-maintainable, they've also chosen to decide 5 other issues having regard to the constitutional issues raised. They said, does the inquiry have legal sanction? They've said, yes, it does. Is the inquiry and consequent report in terms of procedure a parallel extra-constitutional mechanism? They've said the procedure has legal sanction. It's not a parallel extra-constitutional mechanism. On the question, does paragraph 5B of the in-house procedure fall foul of articles of the Constitution and abrogates fundamental rights? They say no, the fundamental rights of the judge of the High Court are not violated. Did the Chief Justice or the committee constituted by the Chief Justice in terms of procedure have a deviation? They've said that the Chief Justice of India then, that is Justice Khanna, and the committee constituted scrupulously followed the procedure, except maybe the uploading of the video footage and the photographs. However, they followed the procedure. That's most important. They've said it was not required to upload the photos, but there is no relief claimed in the writ petition as far as that's concerned. Then they've said that is the requirement of para 7, subsection 2 of the procedure requiring the Chief Justice to forward the reports to the President unconstitutional? They say it's not unconstitutional. They are talking about former Chief Justice of India, Justice Khanna, having given a letter to the President and the Prime Minister where he said that either Justice Varma resigns or there should be a removal of Justice Varma, and that letter the Supreme Court has upheld and said it was not unconstitutional. They also addressed the submission that the opportunity of hearing was not given to the judge before forwarding this report. The bench held during this was not the requirement of the procedure. Just because in another instance such a right was given to another judge does not mean that petitioner can claim it as a matter of right. This was something that had very valiantly been stated by the judge in the court. I would not say valiantly, I take that word back. This was something very aggressively or assertively that had been stated by the judge. Valiance has a little bit of bravery in it, and this was more of a last-ditch effort that had been made by Justice Varma. The bench also reserved the right to raise his contentions in any impeachment proceedings if it's initiated against him. They also dismissed the writ petition of the advocate Nedum Para seeking an FIR against Justice Varma on the ground of abuse of process of the court and the making of incorrect submission on oath by the petitioner. So that's another ground. But the crux of Kapil Sibbal's arguments and Mukul Rohatgi's arguments was that a judge could only be removed under if there was proved misbehavior. The in-house procedure, they said, which allows the Chief Justice to write to the President is unconstitutional, they said. But on all these issues, the court has held it was not unconstitutional. The committee submitted its report to Chief Justice in May, which the Chief Justice of India forwarded to the President for further action, after which Justice Varma refused to heed the Chief Justice of India's advice to resign. Now, coming back to the main point, what Anil Tiwari of the Allahabad High Court Bar Association said, what Republic TV is the only channel who's been picking it up and saying from the longest time, why is there still no FIR against Justice Varma? We're seeing an impeachment proceeding, but like our editor-in-chief has been asking, is that really enough? If there is unaccounted cash found in his storeroom, the in-house committee report that comes out has a suspicion that his close aides, that is Khirki, that's his close aide, had something to do with trying to hide it. His daughter called and also then later said, no, there is no fire. If all these suspicious circumstances were there, they said that no one went, anyone could go to the storeroom, but the in-house committee found only the people in the premises were allowed to go to the storeroom. Then what really is what really should be done? Okay, I want to go across to Advocate Yashwant from the Kerala High Court, the President of the Kerala High Court Bar Association. Mr. Yashwant, how are you looking at the Supreme Court dismissing the petition filed by Justice Yashwant Varma?
There are no surprises there because at least if this is not done, what else could have been done? Because there is no FIR. A person who is charged with having unaccounted cash has to face some consequences in law. Just because he's a High Court judge doesn't mean that there are no consequences for any act done. And therefore, at least if this cannot happen, there is nothing else that would have happened. Therefore, I have no surprises in what the Supreme Court did. And what I would say is this is not enough.
I completely agree this is not enough, Mr. Yashwant from the Kerala High Court. But what is the procedure forward? What more can be done?
No, that is exactly where. Why are we not filing an FIR?
Yes.
And there are 3 matters that came to the Supreme Court on requesting registration of an FIR. It has not happened. So that has to happen. How is a judge different from any other person? An FIR can be filed against the Prime Minister of the country. We can file FIR against anybody. But why is it in the Constitution gives immunity to only the President and the governors, but nobody else? So where is this law that has emanated? It has emanated from the precedents of the Supreme Court. Supreme Court has to reconsider it and ensure that criminal charges can be filed against judges.
Absolutely. And I also want to ask you, as someone who's a part of the Bar Association, all of them had come here. They had been promised by Justice Khanna that there would be proper understanding of what they said. He had also promised them that the right procedure would be followed. I think Justice Khanna did live up to that. First, it was this procedure followed because everything was put forward before the media, after which now they had stated that Justice Varma's petition would be dismissed. He also sent a letter asking and seeking his removal. But the biggest question now, what stops an FIR, Mr. Yashwant, from being there? What is the procedure that can be followed against a High Court judge?
No, the procedure is exactly what the in-house procedure is, and thereafter it is for the Chief Justice to give permission to register an FIR. So I do not know why that part of the work has not happened. Why has the Chief Justice not given the permission to register an FIR so that investigation can happen? Because let me put it this way. Forget about Justice Varma for a minute. And this is, if at all, whatever the allegations are, if it is true, there is involvement of others. So if there is no investigation happening, all these people who are involved in this criminal activity will have no consequences in law just because there is involvement of a judge. So that is absolutely against the law of the land. Now imagine this money has come from a terrorist or it has come from a narcotics deal. How just because it is found in a judge's house, if you don't investigate, how many other people will go scot-free? It is a very serious issue. Very serious issue.
These are very serious issues. And, we remember the details of the in-house committee report because the details said there were 55 witnesses who had been examined and all of them had given out details, including Justice Varma and his daughter. And the electronic evidence was there in the form of videos and photographs taken by the members of the fire brigade. And that is when the cash that was found in the official premises of Justice Varma was said to be unaccounted. It is only when it was found, Mr. Yashwant, in the storeroom within the covert active control of Justice Varma and his family members, the committee held the burden was upon him to explain the presence of cash. He came before the Supreme Court and said the in-house committee was not correct. The recommendation for his removal was not correct by Justice Khanna, the then Chief Justice of India. But has he really tried to explain the unaccounted cash?
Just imagine this cash was found in the premises of an MP or a minister. What would have been the procedure?
Yes, that's right. What if this had been found against anyone but a judge? There are certain rules that had to be followed, a protocol that had to be followed that was not done here. The judge could not discharge his burden by offering a plausible explanation except giving a flat denial or a bold plea of conspiracy. Therefore, the committee found sufficient grounds, Mr. Yashwant, to propose action against him.
No, see, I will point out the dangers in what is happening now. It is not just for the law of the land, but also look it from the angle of Justice Varma as well. If he has to answer any allegations against him, there has to be something that has worked. If there is let us say, an FIR registered, he could approach the court, to get the charges against him quashed. But the fact here is, when his name was being taken in and out in the media and everything. He did not do anything when the in-house inquiry was going on, and that is why the Supreme Court asked him, you went along with the in-house inquiry all that time without raising any issues, and suddenly you have raised the issue. So how do you answer that silence? Because here, everybody has seemed to have taken advantage of the non-registration of an FIR, and even if we are looking at this from the angle of Justice Varma also, you need this FIR to be registered. Let him follow the procedure in law. Now, please tell me, if it was an MLA or a MP or a minister or a businessman, by now Enforcement Directorate would have, have been all over the places. So this is absolutely unjustified. But at least
all right, all right, Mr. Yashwant, I'm going to let it go at that. We're just going to breaking news coming in, but this is the top focus. We'll continue tracking. Thank you for joining us.
All right, getting you some back to updates coming in here, Republic viewers, where we see that amid Donald Trump's tariff threat, we are coming to know more updates coming in right now, Republic TV. And remember that PM Modi has made very strong statements. PM Modi has made it clear that India will prioritize its farmers' interests above all else, even in the face of economic repercussions. Amid rising tensions with the US, PM Modi stated that for us, interest of our farmers is our top priority. India will never compromise on the interest of farmers, fishermen and dairy farmers. This firm stance comes in response to US President Trump's announcement of a 50% tariff on Indian goods, citing national security and foreign policy concerns which are relating to India's imports of Russian oil. Listen into that strong statement of the Prime Minister.
हमारे लिए अपने किसानों का हित सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता है। भारत अपने किसानों के, पशुपालकों के और मछुआरे भाई बहनों के हितों के साथ कभी भी समझौता नहीं करेगा। और मैं जानता हूं व्यक्तिगत रूप से मुझे बहुत बड़ी कीमत चुकानी पड़ेगी, लेकिन मैं इसके लिए तैयार हूं। मेरे देश के किसानों के लिए, मेरे देश के मछुआरों के लिए, मेरे देश के पशुपालकों के लिए आज भारत तैयार है। हमारे लिए अपने किसानों का हित सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता है। भारत अपने किसानों के, पशुपालकों के और मछुआरे भाई बहनों के हितों के साथ कभी भी समझौता नहीं करेगा। और मैं जानता हूं व्यक्तिगत रूप से मुझे बहुत बड़ी कीमत चुकानी पड़ेगी, लेकिन मैं इसके लिए तैयार हूं। मेरे देश के किसानों के लिए, मेरे देश के मछुआरों के लिए, मेरे देश के पशुपालकों के लिए आज भारत तैयार है।
Some breaking news coming in. Petition Kharge, India's national interest is supreme. That's what Kharge has said. Any nation that has penalized India for our time-tested policy of strategic autonomy, which is embedded in the ideology of non-alignment, does not understand the steel frame India is made of. From the threats of the 7th Fleet to the sanctions of nuclear tests, we have navigated our relationship with the US with self-respect and dignity. Trump's 50% tariffs comes at a time when our own diplomacy is going less. It's also becoming worse. This is what Kharge said. I'm reading out the statement of Kharge, and he says that you kept mum when Trump claimed that he brokered the ceasefire. he has claimed at least 30 times and counting too. Okay, so big update coming in right now, viewers on Republic TV. We're getting many reactions after Donald Trump has gone ahead and threatened to impose more tariffs, viewers. And right now, PM Modi, in fact, has given a very strong reply saying that our interests are going to come first. Our interests are going to come first, viewers. India sent a strong message. But once again, we see that Congress is casting doubts, and Congress has been casting doubts on the Trump-Modi friendship. That's what they had been doing in the past. Once again, we see a comment coming in from Kharge, and I'll just try to read out that comment once more from Kharge, where he said that you kept mum when Trump claimed that he brokered the ceasefire. He has claimed that at least 30 times and counting, and Trump has been planning tariffs since months now. We all knew about it. You did nothing in the union budget to soften the blow on our key sectors such as MSMEs and various industries. Now, this is one more comment coming in from Congress. But remember previously, the Congress had also launched an attack mocking the special bond between US President Trump and PM Modi, and had gone ahead where a second comment has come in from Kharge. Earlier, Congress MP Jairam Ramesh had also made a scathing statement, very sarcastic one, by the way, saying that so-called friendship with Trump had now become very expensive for India. Viewers, President Trump has imposed additional tariffs on India by 25%. He issued an executive order imposing an additional 25% tariff on goods from India days after he issued a threat to New Delhi over its purchase of oil from Russia. Indian goods will now face tariffs up to 50% after Trump's latest move. Now, viewers, Trump has threatened to impose secondary sanctions on India. He says lots of secondary sanctions will be seen in the upcoming days. Meanwhile, India has hit out at Trump, saying that his actions are unjustified, unfair and unreasonable. It is also to note that India has the highest tariff following Brazil.
Please. Indian officials have said that there are other countries that are buying Russian oil.
It's okay.
Like China, for instance, buys more.
Yeah.
Why are you singling India out for these additional sanctions?
It's only been 8 hours, so let's see what happens over the next.
Sanctions.
You're going to see a lot more.
So this is a taste of
You're going to see a lot more. You're going to see so much secondary sanctions. It may happen. I mean, I don't know. I can't tell you yet, but we did it with India. We're doing it probably with a couple of others. One of them could be China. It may happen. I mean, I don't know. I can't tell you yet, but we did it with India. We're doing it probably with a couple of others. One of them could be China.
China facing potential secondary sanctions for Russian oil. Then having that tariff or sanction rather or not hinges on what going forward?
It may happen. I mean, I don't know. I can't tell you yet, but we did it with India. We're doing it probably with a couple of others. One of them could be China.
Trump hits India with highest 50% tariffs for buying Russian crude oil. Let's listen into what he had said.
A lot of progress. And as you know, we put a 50% tariff on India on oil. They're the second largest. They're very close to China in terms of the purchase of oil from Russia. But so I don't know if that had anything to do with it, but we've had very productive talks today.
If you do reach a deal with Ukraine and Russia, would you drop the additional tariffs on India?
Well, we'll determine that later, but right now they're paying a 50% tariff.
PM Modi sends a loud and clear message to Trump on tariff war and says that India will never compromise on farmers' interests. Trump threatens of imposing secondary sanctions after slapping 50% tariffs on India. Stay tuned, viewers. We are live and breaking.
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज।
Sports isn't just about medals and podiums. It is about heartbreak, challenges, and discipline. It is also about leaders choosing sport to empower the community to live longer and healthier. I congratulate my friend Arnab and R4 Sports for championing these untold stories that we all need to hear and learn from. Here's wishing our for sports all the best.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सब का राजा हार्डकोर मसाला
The Indian
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
राजा हार्डकोर मसाला
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिर्फ जल जीरा मसाला।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
राजा हार्डकोर मसाला
Mujawar has been a part of the ATS team that investigated this Malegaon case, and what he has to say today is explosive. He's breaking the silence. Mahmood Mujawar ji, thank you. शुक्रिया हमारे साथ बातचीत करने के लिए. First of all, आपको ये फैसला आज सुन के क्या लगा? Do you think justice has finally been done in the case, Mujawar ji?
बहुत अच्छा लगा सर, कहीं तो न्याय हो गया। और ये न्याय मिलाने के लिए जो आपने जद्दोजहद की, जो आपने कोशिश की, वो सही में काम आई सर। खास करके मैं निरंजन
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सब का राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
The Indian economy has been the fastest growing G20 economy for 8 of the last 11 years. And those are the only 8 in the last 77 years, during which India has been the largest, has been the fastest growing economy among the G20. So,
coming up, viewers top headlines we're tracking right now. Big setback for Justice Yashwant Varma. Supreme Court dismisses his plea, calls it not maintainable.
भारत अपने किसानों के, पशुपालकों के और मछुआरे भाई बहनों के हितों के साथ कभी भी समझौता नहीं करेगा।
PM Modi sends a loud and clear message to Trump on tariff, warns and says India will never compromise on farmers' interests.
Have said that there are other countries that are buying Russian oil.
It's okay.
Like China, for instance,
It's
buys
okay.
more.
Yeah.
Why are you singling India out for these additional
It's
sanctions?
only been 8 hours, so let's see what happens over the next.
Sanctions
you're going to see a lot more.
So this is a taste of
You're
what's
going to
to
see a
come.
lot more. You're going to see so much secondary sanction.
Trump threatens of imposing secondary sanctions after slapping 50% tariffs on India. NSA agreed to hold key meetings with senior Russian officials. Rupee rise of 3 paise to 87.69 against US dollar in early trade after Trump administration increased the tariffs on Indian exports to 50%.
A very good morning, viewers. It's 11:30 and you're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. And amid Donald Trump's tariff threats, viewers, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has made it very, very clear that he will safeguard the interests of our farmers against all else. And this comes even as Donald Trump slaps an additional 25% tariffs against India, taking the total cumulative figure to 50%. Let's now first listen into what the Prime Minister said.
हमारे भाई बहनों के हितों के साथ कभी भी हमारे लिए अपने किसानों का हित सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता है। भारत अपने किसानों के, पशुपालकों के और मछुआरे भाई बहनों के हितों के साथ कभी भी समझौता नहीं करेगा। और मैं जानता हूं व्यक्तिगत रूप से मुझे बहुत बड़ी कीमत चुकानी पड़ेगी, लेकिन मैं इसके लिए तैयार हूं। मेरे देश के किसानों के लिए, मेरे देश के मछुआरों के लिए, मेरे देश के पशुपालकों के लिए आज भारत तैयार है।
Viewers, after the Prime Minister's statement, opposition MP, Samajwadi Party Chief Akhilesh Yadav has hit out at the central government, claiming that the foreign policy has completely failed. And he also said, as far as Prime Minister's statement on safeguarding farmers' interests are concerned, Akhilesh Yadav said that farmers' welfare should have been prioritized 10 years back. He also slammed the government's foreign policy, claiming that it has been unsuccessful and that India is now surrounded by threats. He highlighted unfulfilled promises such as doubling farmers' income and criticizing the government for not addressing youth unemployment, leaving India's economy, farmers and youth vulnerable. Let's listen in to Akhilesh Yadav.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी को ये बात 10 साल पहले सोचना था कि हमें अपने किसानों के हित के लिए, खेती बाड़ी के लिए, दूध और दूध के बने हुए तमाम पदार्थों को लेकर के हमें हमेशा चिंतित रहना चाहिए और प्राथमिकता पर हमें अपने हर सेक्टर का ध्यान रखना है। उद्योग खत्म हो जाए, उद्योगपति कारोबार खत्म हो जाए, किसान बर्बाद हो जाए, नौजवान को नौकरी रोजगार न मिले, तो हमारा देश जा कहां रहा है? जो लोग ये दावा करते थे कि दुनिया में सबसे मजबूत रिश्ते हैं, कोई देश ऐसा नहीं छूटा होगा जहां पर भारत को सम्मान न मिला हो, उसके बाद आज ये कहना पड़ रहा हो सरकार को, तो ये बड़े दुखद है, क्योंकि हम फॉरेन पॉलिसी पर पूरी तरह असफल रहे हैं। किसान के हितों पर जो वादा किया था कि हम आय दोगुनी करेंगे, वो आय दोगुनी नहीं हो पाई है। नौजवान को नौकरी रोजगार नहीं मिला है और जिस तरह लगातार पाबंदियां लगती जा रही हैं, ये कहीं ना कहीं हमारा देश संकट में है, अर्थव्यवस्था संकट में है, किसान संकट में है, नौजवान संकट में है, पूरा चौतरफा हमारा भारत घिर गया है।
Anurag Bhadauria, the SP spokesperson, is also joining us on the phone line. Anurag ji, Akhilesh Yadav बोल रहे हैं कि देश संकट में है, but when our country is facing some challenges, why isn't the opposition standing with the nation? Why is the opposition going against the government?
सारी जिम्मेदारी विपक्ष की है, सत्ता पक्ष की कोई जिम्मेदारी नहीं है देश के अंदर में। जब विपक्ष सत्ता पक्ष से कहता है, सजेशन देता है, तो क्या सत्ता पक्ष विपक्ष की बात मानता है? सत्ता पक्ष तो हमेशा से कह रहा था कि आप किसानों के सम्मान की बात कीजिए, किसानों की आय दुगनी करने की बात कीजिए, किसानों की एमएसपी की गारंटी दीजिए, देश के अंदर में बेरोजगारों को रोजगार दीजिए। तो क्या सरकार ने सुना? सरकार ने तो यहाँ काला कानून पास कर दिया था किसानों के ऊपर में। फिर विपक्ष ने उसके लिए लड़ाई लड़ी रोड पे, किसानों ने लड़ाई लड़ी अपना अधिकार पाने के लिए, तब तो आपने कील काटी बिछा दिए थे उनके रास्ते में। तो क्यों नहीं आपने किसानों के बारे में तब सोचा? सवाल यह है कि सरकार अपने मन का करती है, और जब सरकार अपने मन के चक्कर में फंसती है तो विपक्ष को दोष देने लगती। विपक्ष क्यों नहीं? अरे विपक्ष तो हमेशा हर मुसीबत में आपके साथ खड़ा होता है। जब अभी पे सिंदूर वार हुआ तो भी तो आपके साथ विपक्ष खड़ा था, कंधे से कंधे मिला के खड़ा था। विपक्ष तो हमेशा आपके साथ खड़े हैं, लेकिन आप विपक्ष की बात कब सुनते हो? आप विपक्ष के साथ कब खड़े होते हो? आप विपक्ष का सम्मान कब करते हो? आप विपक्ष को कुछ समझते ही नहीं हो। आप अकेले ही सब कुछ करना चाहते थे। आज जब ये मुसीबत हमारे ऊपर आई, जब हमारे पास टैरिफ लगाना अमेरिका ने शुरू किया, तब समझ में आया भारतीय जनता पार्टी को। ये बात तो पहले ही विपक्ष के लोग कह रहे थे कि चाइना हमारा दुश्मन नंबर 1 है, इनके साथ दोस्ती करने का कोई मतलब नहीं है। ये क्या विपक्ष ने कहा? नहीं तो बताइए आप। तब तो चाइनीज राष्ट्रपति यहाँ पे आ रहे थे, झूला झूल रहे थे उस समय। तो सवाल है कि विपक्ष जब आपको कोई बात कहता है, विपक्ष तो इसी देश का हिस्सा है, विपक्ष तो देश की चिंता करता है। अगर कोई देश की चिंता नहीं करता है तो ये सत्ता पक्षी लोग हैं जो देश की चिंता नहीं करते हैं, और आप अपनी जिम्मेदारी से बचने के लिए विपक्ष का नाम लेना शुरू कर देते हैं। आज बताइए आपकी विदेश नीति क्या है? चारों तरफ विदेश नीति आपकी फैल है। हम नेपाल जो हमारे साथ अच्छे संबंध है, नेपाल तक तो आंखें दिखा देता है। हमारे संबंध ही कहीं सही नहीं है। आप बताइए कहाँ हमारी विदेश नीति कहाँ पे यहाँ कामयाब हुई है? अरे हम तो देश के साथ खड़े रहेंगे, हम तो देश के साथ हर मुसीबत में खड़े हैं, लेकिन सत्ता पक्ष को विपक्ष का सम्मान करना चाहिए। अगर ये बात सत्ता पक्ष के समझ में नहीं आती तो आप एज ए पत्रकार सत्ता पक्ष से पूछिए कि जब विपक्ष आपको बोलता था, जब विपक्ष आपको टोकता था, जब विपक्ष अपनी राय देता था, तो आप विपक्ष की राय क्यों नहीं मानते हो? विपक्ष की बात को क्यों नहीं सुनते हो? ये सवाल आप उनसे पूछिए।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद अनुराग भदौरिया जी। नाउ viewers, President Donald Trump in an unprecedented move imposed an additional 25% tariffs against India, and after that, the MEA has issued a very, very strong statement saying that it's unjustified, unfair, and this is really uncalled for by Donald Trump. And the MEA has, in fact, noted very, very strong remarks against Donald Trump as he hints at secondary tariffs. After 50%, Donald Trump is now hinting at secondary sanctions on India, saying that lots of secondary sanctions will be seen in the upcoming days. Meanwhile, India has also hit out. Let's listen in.
Said that there are other countries that are buying Russian oil.
It's okay.
Like China, for instance,
it's
buys
okay.
more.
Yeah.
Why are you singling India out for these additional sanctions?
It's only been 8 hours. So let's see what happens over the next.
Sanctions
you're going to see a lot more.
So this is a taste of
You're going to see a lot more. You're going to see so much secondary sanctions. Please.
Indian officials have said that there are other countries that are buying Russian oil.
It's okay.
Like China, for instance,
it's
buys
okay.
more.
Yeah.
Why are you singling India out for these additional sanctions?
It's only been 8 hours. So let's see what happens over the next.
Sanctions.
You're going to see a lot more.
So this is a taste of.
You're going to see a lot more. You're going to see so much secondary sanctions. It may happen. I mean, I don't know. I can't tell you yet, but we did it with India. We're doing it probably with a couple of others. One of them could be China. It may happen. I mean, I don't know. I can't tell you yet, but we did it with India. We're doing it probably with a couple of others. One of them could be China.
China facing potential secondary sanctions for Russian oil. Then having that tariff or sanction rather or not hinges on what going forward?
It may happen. I mean, I don't know. I can't tell you yet, but we did it with India. We're doing it probably with a couple of others. One of them could be China.
Well, Chandrakala is joining us live. Chandrakala, Donald Trump has once again, did the unthinkable. He says that there could be secondary sanctions also on the way against India and a couple of other countries. And the MEA yesterday has reacted very, very strongly. Tell us about the latest response as far as Donald Trump's secondary sanctions are concerned.
Well, as of course rightly pointed out by India, that we are absolutely firm with our stand that we will definitely protect our national interest, and of course MEA has quite strongly pointed out it's completely unreasonable on part of US to question questions a country's national interest. As far as national interest is concerned, other countries are also taking actions as far as ensuring energy security is concerned, and of course the fact that now that he has again come up with this again unreasonable point of view that he'll be posing additional tariff, of course, secondary tariff again. Many experts are of the view that few sectors which will be hit the most as far as India's tariff is concerned is diamond, gold and products, and apparel, woven, steel, aluminium, copper will be high. The tariff will be really high. The impact on India, as per a GTRI analysis, the total tariff on diamonds, gold and products will be 52.1%, and as far as machinery and mechanical appliances are concerned, it will be 51.3%. And I would also like to point out that as far as smartphones are concerned, there will be 0% tariff. It will be very low as far as impact on India is concerned. But yes, furniture, bedding and total goods exports will be 86.5 as far as the GTRI report.
That's right, Chandrakala. Stay on with me while I help our viewers understand the highest tariffs slapped by Donald Trump against various nations. First is China, 145%, then Brazil, India, and the first three nations are part of the BRICS grouping. And Donald Trump had issued a very, very strong statement when the BRICS summit was going on. And after India, it is Myanmar, that is 40%, and Laos also 40%. So these are the highest tariff rates slapped by Donald Trump against various countries. Now let's listen in to Donald Trump. But before that, let me also take you through the other numbers. Canada, 35%, South Africa, 30%, South Korea, 15%, Vietnam, 20%, Indonesia, 19%. And what's more is that Japan has been slapped with 15% and the United Kingdom with 10%. Now, let's listen in to Donald Trump.
We've made a lot of progress. And as you know, we put a 50% tariff on India on oil. They're the second largest. They're very close to China in terms of the purchase of oil from Russia. But so I don't know if that had anything to do with it, but we've had very productive talks today.
If you do reach a deal with Ukraine and Russia, would you drop the additional tariffs on India?
Well, we'll determine that later, but right now they're paying a 50% tariff.
Chandrakala, you know, India is among the top 3 nations to have the highest tariffs slapped by Donald Trump at 50%. And Donald Trump goes on to say that secondary sanctions could also be on the way. Tell us about how India is planning to counter this.
Well, the fact that we have absolutely made it clear that agriculture, which Donald Trump is asking for a direct market access to the agriculture sector, is something that we give utmost priority as far as our farmers and dairy farm is concerned. So definitely, as of course, U.S. President Donald Trump has called out India as the tariff king, and we definitely are planning to deal with this situation. As India has made its stand clear that we are going to stand firm as far as our concern, as far as our national interest is concerned, because agriculture, dairy farming are something that are the sectors that's the utmost priority for us, for India. So yes, we are completely ready to deal with these tariffs and nothing beyond our national interest. And it's very vague and unreasonable on the part of U.S. President Donald Trump to question India when he himself is not aware about the uranium imports from Russia, when he's questioning about importing oil from Russia. And India has made it clear that this is definitely our actions and our importing of energy from Russia is for national interest and for energy and securing energy security as far as the situation in Ukraine conflict is also concerned.
Historically stated, Chandrakala, that it's not just India. There are other nations as well who are securing their interests. And amidst all of this, Congress has questioned India and Trump's foreign policy, saying that Trump might as well impose 100% tariffs against India. That's the big statement coming in. Congress has questioned centre's foreign policy, saying that the way things are going ahead, Donald Trump might as well impose 100% tariffs against India. This is the statement coming in from Imran Masood of the Congress. Let's listen in.
फीसद भी लगा सकते हैं कल, जब आपकी तरफ से कोई जवाब ही नहीं जा रहा है तो 100% लगाते रहे। और ट्रम्प के टैक्स लगाने से क्या फर्क पड़ना है? ट्रम्प को तो जो लगाना है वो लगाएंगे। हम लोगों को जवाब तो देना चाहिए। क्या ट्रम्प के भरोसे हम रोटी खा रहे हैं? अगर ट्रम्प के भरोसे दुनिया रोटी खा रही होती तो ईरान तो भूखा मर गया होता। ईरान ने अपने आप को साबित करके दिखाया। और हमारी इतनी बड़ी आबादी है, इसको कोई इग्नोर नहीं कर सकता। हम लोगों को अपनी नीतियों के अंदर आमूलचूल परिवर्तन करने पड़ेंगे। और देश एक सशक्त प्रधानमंत्री के रूप में चाहता है कि मोदी जी जवाब देने का काम करें। मोदी जी ट्रम्प को उसकी भाषा में ही जवाब देने का काम करें। क्यों नहीं जवाब दे पा रहे मोदी साहब? लेकिन हमारी जो उत्पादन आधारित अर्थव्यवस्था है उसको बनाना पड़ेगा। अभी जो हम लोग उपभोक्ता आधारित अर्थव्यवस्था है, इसलिए हमको धमकाने का काम किया जा रहा है। हमें उत्पादन आधारित अर्थव्यवस्था बनानी पड़ेगी। अपने क्षेत्र जहां हम पैसा कमा सकते हैं, छोटे छोटे, जैसे यूएई है, पर्यटन से पैसा कमा रहा है। हम तो कोई काम नहीं कर रहे हैं। उनका पर्यटन देखिए कहाँ चला गया, छोटा सा मुल्क। धार्मिक पर्यटन से सऊदी अरब कितना पैसा कमाता है। हम तो उधर जा नहीं रहे। हमारे यहाँ तो धार्मिक पर्यटन बहुत हो सकता है। तो जहाँ जहाँ जो संभावनाएं हो सकती है, उन संभावनाओं को देख करके देश को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने की तरफ हमें चलना चाहिए।
भारत सरकार का कहना है कि हम देश हित और किसान जिस तरीके से जो एग्रीकल्चर है उस सेक्टर में झुकने वाले नहीं है।
अरे तो आप नहीं झुकने वाले। आप क्या, वो जो अमेरिका चाहता है कि वहां से मांसाहारी पशुओं का दूध निर्यात करेगा, हम लोग मांसाहारी पशुओं का दूध पियेंगे? क्या धर्म भ्रष्ट कराना है पूरे देश का?
लेकिन देश के हित में हम झुकेंगे नहीं, किसी भी समझौता नहीं होगा।
अरे तो बोलिए ना, ट्रम्प के लिए बोलिए ना। आप ये बात देश में क्यों बोल रहे हैं? वैश्विक पटल के ऊपर कहिए ना कि ट्रम्प कुछ भी करे हम नहीं झुकेंगे।
Well, that was the opposition indulging in petty politics at a time when national unity is required. Opposition is going and supporting Donald Trump openly. And now, amidst all of this, amidst the opposition's clamor and also Donald Trump's 50% tariffs, all eyes are on Moscow because NSA Ajit Doval is holding crucial talks in Moscow to secure our interests, our energy interests. Here's the report.
Amid 50% tariffs from Donald Trump, India's national security advisor Ajit Doval is in Moscow for a high-level visit to strengthen the ties between the two nations. A series of meetings are planned between Doval and Russian officials. While the trip was pre-planned, it has assumed greater significance as the US president has announced a second wave of 25% tariffs on India, taking the total to a 50% tally. Russian news agencies have confirmed that the current escalation on the geopolitical situation will also be discussed, along with pressing matters like the supplies of Russian oil to India. As economic tensions heat between Washington and New Delhi on Russian oil purchases, India is expected to rekindle relations with Beijing to counterbalance the US and show a joint stand. It must also be noted that Doval isn't the only Indian leader to visit Russia in these testing times. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar is also expected to visit Moscow later this month. With the MEA presser stating that India will take all actions necessary to protect its national interest, and the Indian NSA in Moscow, one thing amidst these unpredictable times stands predictable, that India is in no mood to back down.
Viewers, last night, Donald Trump signed an executive order announcing 25% additional sanctions against India, additional tariffs against India. And this, he again cited India-Russia oil trade, saying that we are fueling Russia's war against Ukraine. But Trump is the biggest hypocrite because his nation also continues to trade with Russia, which he doesn't really talk about. The MEA has responded very, very strongly, saying that India is only trading with Russia to secure its national interests and also its energy needs. Here's more.
In major move, President Donald Trump has signed a new executive order imposing an additional 25% tariff on Indian imports into the United States.
We've made a lot of progress, and as you know, we put a 50% tariff on India on oil. They're the second largest. They're very close to China in terms of the purchase of oil from Russia. But so I don't know if that had anything to do with it, but we've had very productive talks today. Yes, ma'am.
If you do reach a deal with Ukraine and Russia, would you drop the additional tariffs on India?
Well, we'll determine that later, but right now they're paying a 50% tariff.
The tariff announcement follows Special Envoy Steve Witkoff's visit to Russia. Earlier, President Trump had stated that tariffs would be announced after Witkoff's trip to Moscow. This action comes in response to India's continued purchase of Russian oil, which US deems a violation of its national security interests under ongoing Russia's action in Ukraine. The tariff will take effect 21 days from now on August 27, 2025, impacting all Indian goods entering the US unless already in transit or exempt under existing provisions. The order explicitly targets both direct and indirect imports of Russian oil, including those routed through third countries. It also opens the door for similar penalties on other nations found to be buying Russian oil. However, President Trump has reserved the right to modify the order in response to foreign retaliation, further developments in Ukraine, or changes in India's energy trade behavior. In retaliation, India has denounced the move as unjustified, calling out Washington's double standards for purchasing Russian energy while targeting the others. However, India clarified that India's imports are based on market factors and is aimed to ensure energy security. So far, only an MEA statement has been issued by India, and no official talks have taken place between India and the US.
Viewers, it's unfair, unjustified and uncalled for, and Donald Trump isn't just done yet because he has announced secondary sanctions soon. And India will also respond very, very strongly. But it's time for us to get you the top updates from across the nation in just 2 minutes. Accused Mahendra Prasad, a DRDO guest house manager, is arrested in a case for spying for Pakistan and allegedly sharing classified data. He is sent to Jaipur for interrogation under police supervision, and he will be interrogated at CIC. After several months of search operations involving SOG and Special Task Force launched by the Uttar Pradesh Police, they have arrested the accused of a vehicle theft in an encounter which took place at Sadar Kotwali, and the accused was shot in the leg. In a shocking turn of events, the two murderers who were involved in the killing of journalist Raghavendra Vajpayee have been encountered by Uttar Pradesh Police. Both the criminals had a bounty of 1 lakh rupees each for the murder, which happened on the Sitapur-Delhi highway in March. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin participates in silent march on Mount Road up to M. Karunanidhi Memorial at Marina Beach on the occasion of the death anniversary of the former Chief Minister and his father M. Karunanidhi. Due to the rise of water level in River Ganga following incessant rainfall, the residential areas are completely flooded, raising concerns among residents. The IMD has also issued a yellow alert as rainfall may continue over the next few days. We are shifting our focus to Uttar Kashi. Around 190 people have been rescued from Dharali following a devastating cloudburst that triggered flash floods in Uttarakhand. And the IAF, Indian Army, ITBP, NDRF, SDRF and the Border Road Organization, along with local volunteers, are engaged in joint rescue and relief operations. Here's more.
देखिए, मैं इस वक्त मताली हेलीपैड पर मौजूद हूं और मेरे सहयोगी आपको तस्वीर दिखा रहे हैं। ये हेलीकॉप्टर है, इस हेलीकॉप्टर पर जूम करके दिखाइए। इस हेलीकॉप्टर में एसडीआरएफ के जवान मौजूद हैं। यहाँ पर स्क्वाड जो डॉग हैं वो इस हेलीकॉप्टर में मौजूद हैं, उनको लेकर जाया जा रहा है। इस हेलीकॉप्टर के अंदर यहाँ पर एनडीआरएफ का डॉग यहाँ पर मौजूद है और इसके अंदर एनडीआरएफ की टीम है। ये हेलीकॉप्टर यहाँ से उड़ान भरने वाला है। उड़ान भरते ही ये हेलीकॉप्टर सीधे हरसिल पहुँचने वाला है। इसके अंदर देखें, आप तस्वीरों में देखेंगे, यहाँ पर आपको डॉग उनका मौजूद है, एनडीआरएफ की टीम यहाँ पर मौजूद है।
अरे मेरे राजा।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Mujawar has been a part of the ATS team that investigated this Malegaon case, and what he has to say today is explosive.
This is Republic Jack Pollywall Studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I'm Akanksha Khajuria. Let's get started.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो बंटवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
The Indian economy has been the fastest growing G20 economy for 8 of the last 11 years. And those are the only 8 in the last 77 years, during which India has been the largest, has been the fastest growing economy among the G20. So, during the years that Rahul Gandhi's family ruled India, India's per capita income was declining relative to the rest of the world. Just listen to that. The average income of an Indian was declining relative to the average income of every human on earth. That is a remarkably bad outcome for India to have had. If you want a dead economy, it is the Nehruvian Indira economy and the Rajiv economy. That was a genuinely dead economy. If you want an economy that is vibrant, this is that economy. The economy of India today under the Modi government is in fact the envy of the world. It may not be the envy of Donald Trump right now, but the simple fact is that the Indian economy is the fastest growing economy in the world. You can see this in the IMF.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Viewers, get ready for a game-changing movement. Republic is proud to present R4 Sports, a national campaign dedicated to discovering, celebrating and nurturing India's sporting spirit and spotlighting the heroes who carry India's hopes. One match, one moment at a time. From rising athletes to grassroots talent, R4 Sports brings their stories to center stage with one mission: sports first, nation first. This is more than a campaign, it's a call to action. R4 Sports launching tomorrow only on Republic Media Network. Big setback for Justice Yashwant Varma. Supreme Court dismisses his plea, calls it not maintainable.
भारत अपने किसानों के, पशुपालकों के और मछुआरे भाई बहनों के हितों के साथ कभी भी समझौता नहीं करेगा।
PM Modi sends a loud and clear message to Trump on tariff, warns and says India will never compromise on farmers' interest.
Indian officials have said that there are other countries that are buying Russian oil.
It's okay.
Like China, for instance,
It's
buys
okay.
more.
Yeah.
Why are you singling India out for these additional
It's
sanctions?
only been 8 hours, so let's see what happens over the next.
sanctions
you're going
very
to see a lot
soon.
more.
So this is a taste of
You're
what's
going to
to
see a
come.
lot more. You're going to see so much secondary sanction.
Donald Trump threatens of imposing secondary sanctions after slapping 50% tariffs on India. National Security Advisor Ajit Doval to hold key meetings with senior Russian officials. Rupee has risen 3 paise to 87.69 against US dollar in early trade after the Trump administration increased the tariffs on Indian exports to 50%. And Republic continues to be the undisputed #1 channel across the nation. India watches Arnab Goswami. Viewers, breaking news coming in. Crucial meeting between Union Minister Kiren Rijiju and Arjun Ram Meghwal and JP Nadda is underway right now as we speak. Let's go to the big breaking update we're getting for you right now, viewers on Republic TV. So this is a meeting which is happening as we speak. This key meeting is between, once again, telling you who is involved in this key meeting. Top ministers, top leaders are there. We have Kiren Rijiju, Meghwal and Nadda. All three of them are holding this very, very important meeting, viewers. And this is coming in as we keep getting you back-to-back updates coming in on Republic TV. Now, there are a couple of key issues which need to be discussed. And all these three top leaders are going ahead and discussing multiple issues. This is a crucial meeting which is happening as we speak. And NDA floor leaders meeting with JP Nadda is later on in the day as well. That will be around 4 p.m. later in the day. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV, where we see a key meet between Rijiju, Meghwal and Nadda is underway as we speak. All right, and remember that this is coming the backdrop of the multiple meetings which have been taking place, because there are a lot of issues which need to be discussed of grave importance, including the VP elections, including many other issues which are making the headlines, including the opposition's demand for debate on the SIR. All these issues have been coming up, and we have seen multiple meetings being held time and again with Prime Minister Modi also being involved in some of those meetings. But this meeting is specifically between Rijiju, Meghwal and Nadda. Okay, let's go straight across to more updates coming in. Like we told you, simultaneously we are learning that NDA floor leaders meeting will be happening later on. I repeat, the NDA floor leaders meeting will be happening later on, and this will be today at 4 p.m. At 4 p.m. in the Parliament, viewers. Back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV. And like we said, like we have been telling you, that these meetings are happening as the opposition is also making a lot of demands on different issues. And we can expect that these issues to be discussed later on once this NDA floor leaders meeting will happen in Parliament around 4 p.m. I want to go straight across to my colleague who's joining us right now. We have with us Harsha. Harsha, yes, you know, there are a lot of demands which are being made by the opposition. And this NDA floor leaders meeting is due today in the evening itself, Harsha. So if you could just take our viewers through what we can expect, what would be the key agenda at this meet specifically?
So yes, Shivangi, today the very important NDA key meeting at 4 o'clock. It's very important because JP Nadda will be meeting the NDA floor leaders. And there are two things just being said about this meeting. One, about the nomination of the vice president, because a strong candidate from the BJP or from the NDA has to come as a candidate for the for the Vice President, and also the meeting likely to also speak about the ruling and the business of the House as well. As you very well know, the Parliament is not able to run because of the continuous disruption from the side of the opposition party, and that is the reason why this meeting becomes very much important for all the NDA leaders, all the NDA MPs to be on a line so that the bills could be passed. We very well know the very important sports bill and the very important income tax bill is scheduled for this week and next week to be discussed in the House of the Parliament. And if NDA has the support of all its MPs in the Lok Sabha and in the Rajya Sabha, then even if the opposition disrupts the Parliament, or if they walk out, or if they don't let the business run, at least the bills could be passed. And this also Kiran Rijiju stated earlier in the press conference as well. Right now, simultaneously, there's one meeting which is happening in the Parliament as well. Kiran Rijiju and Meghwal meeting BJP National President JP Nadda in his chamber on the discussion on the working of the House only. It's very difficult because this is the third week of monsoon session, the fourth day of the third week, and there is no communication from the side of the opposition party that whether they want the House to be run smoothly or not. Every time the government is stating to the opposition party leaders that they should let the House run, they should ensure that the House bills are passed. But every day the opposition leaders are protesting on the SIR. It was simply start of the monsoon session, and it still continues. And that is the reason why back-to-back meetings are happening in the Parliament. And evening also there's a meeting of the floor leaders with JP Nadda of NDA party. Back to you.
That is right. Thank you for getting those details, Harsha. I will be coming back to us. Important meetings are being held right now as we speak. And viewers, we really have to move ahead right now because remember, US President Trump has imposed additional tariffs on India by 25%. And he issued an executive order imposing an additional 25% on goods from India. And days after he issued a threat to New Delhi over its purchase of oil from Russia, Indian goods will now have tariffs up to 50% after Trump's latest move. So now, viewers, Trump has threatened to impose secondary sanctions on India. He says a lot of secondary sanctions will be seen in the upcoming days. And meanwhile, Prime Minister Modi has given a very strong and a very, very straightforward response to Trump, saying farmers' interest is paramount. Let's go and play what PM Modi had to say.
हमारे लिए अपने किसानों का हित सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता है। भारत अपने किसानों के, पशुपालकों के और मछुआरे भाई बहनों के हितों के साथ कभी भी समझौता नहीं करेगा। और मैं जानता हूं व्यक्तिगत रूप से मुझे बहुत बड़ी कीमत चुकानी पड़ेगी, लेकिन मैं इसके लिए तैयार हूं। मेरे देश के किसानों के लिए, मेरे देश के मछुआरों के लिए, मेरे देश के पशुपालकों के लिए आज भारत तैयार है। हमारे लिए अपने किसानों का हित सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता है। भारत अपने किसानों के, पशुपालकों के और मछुआरे भाई बहनों के हितों के साथ कभी भी समझौता नहीं करेगा। और मैं जानता हूं व्यक्तिगत रूप से मुझे बहुत बड़ी कीमत चुकानी पड़ेगी, लेकिन मैं इसके लिए तैयार हूं। मेरे देश के किसानों के लिए, मेरे देश के मछुआरों के लिए, मेरे देश के पशुपालकों के लिए आज भारत तैयार है।
Yes, let's go straight across to Nick, who's joining us live. Nick is joining us live from Moscow, all the way from Russia. And Nick, you know, we've been speaking about how India has made it very clear that our interests will not be compromised because Donald Trump wants to double the tariffs on India. However, you know, Trump had no clear reply to why is he signaling out India. What is Moscow's stand on this entire issue?
Moscow understands that this is just talk by Trump, and even if he did this move, it will not last longer because the U.S. economy will suffer a lot from those tariffs on India as well as on other countries. And this is also showing a double standard of the United States because a major buyer of oil is China, and Trump didn't imply new sanctions on China. So it looks really bad. It looks like Trump is chickening out. He's afraid to put sanctions on China. He tries to do it on India. And in Russia, people understand, and the government, that Trump can do something one day, on another day will do something opposite. And also maybe peace agreement with Ukraine will come soon. Maybe still it is possible. And then all those tariffs will be passed. And Russia also understands that India is a key partner for the United States if they want to tackle their main rival, which is China. And also the US needs Russia on their side because the geopolitical real threat for the United States is China. So just by joining forces with Russia and India, they can maybe withstand China's power. That's why I think it is a move that will not stand for a long time.
That is right. You know, Nick, I really want to go ahead and play out what Trump has said. Trump has threatened of secondary sanctions. Let's listen into what Trump had to say, and then I'll come back to you, Nick, for more.
Please. Indian officials have said that there are other countries that are buying Russian oil.
It's okay.
Like China, for instance,
it's
buying
okay.
more.
Yeah.
Why are you singling India out for these additional sanctions?
It's only been 8 hours. So let's see what happens over the next.
Sanctions
you're going to see a lot more.
So this is a taste of
You're going to see a lot more. You're going to see so much secondary sanctions.
All right, let's go back to Nick, who's joining us live from Moscow. And Nick, what Moscow has said, and Moscow definitely is saying very, very clearly, and we have been seeing the responses come in, where they're saying that they are definitely on the same page as India, and has defended India's position, affirming that sovereign nations have the right to determine their own trade partnership without any external pressure, Nick.
Yes, that's right. Russia tries with India and also, by the way, China, South Africa and other countries to create a new G7, BRICS countries agreement. And maybe this will be a new countries that will dominate the global economy because the power of dollar is going down. And if the United States will lose the dollar, they will lose their global economical advantage because right now the United States making a lot of money just from the transactions with dollars. And that's why I believe this is a big mistake of Trump. And I think if he will not go back and he will continue with those tariffs, it will backlash on the United States economy, and Russia understands it well. And Russia never leaves its partners, and Russia will continue to be by the side of India because they see that India is with them. They are not betraying them. And this is very important for Russia because Russia is not like the United States. They don't change their policy every day, and they are doing what they are saying.
That is right, Nick. Thank you for getting those details, Nick, because we are tracking this very closely, and India has made it very, very clear that we will not compromise on our own interest. And all these tariffs by Donald Trump they are unreasonable. All right, let's move ahead right now, viewers, to some of. In fact, before we move ahead, let's go ahead and play some more reactions coming in.
China facing potential secondary sanctions for Russian oil. Then having that tariff or sanction rather or not hinges on what going forward?
It may happen. I mean, I don't know. I can't tell you yet, but we did it with India. We're doing it probably with a couple of others. One of them could be China.
Viewers, breaking news coming in. Opposition casts doubt on India's response to Trump's tariff. Opposition says Trump can even impose 100% tariff as Prime Minister Modi is now giving him a befitting response and reply. Opposition says centre needs to alter foreign policy. This comes after PM Modi's clear and strong message to Trump's tariff threats and says we will always protect farmers' interests. So this is what we see right now. Back-to-back updates coming in here, viewers, where we see that once again the opposition is casting doubts on how India is dealing with the tariff threats that Trump is making again and again. And it has even gone ahead and questioned India's foreign policy. Now, remember, this is coming right after PM Modi has said that the interest of our farmers, I repeat, PM Modi has said that the interest of our farmers will not be compromised no matter what Trump says or does. Let's go ahead and play out the reactions from the opposition.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी को ये बात 10 साल पहले सोचना था कि हमें अपने किसानों के हित के लिए, खेतीबाड़ी के लिए, दूध और दूध के बने हुए तमाम पदार्थों को लेकर के हमें हमेशा चिंतित रहना चाहिए और प्राथमिकता पर हमें अपने हर सेक्टर का ध्यान रखना है। उद्योग खत्म हो जाए, उद्योगपति कारोबार खत्म हो जाए, किसान बर्बाद हो जाए, नौजवान को नौकरी रोजगार न मिले तो हमारा देश जा कहां रहा है। जो लोग ये दावा करते थे कि दुनिया में सबसे मजबूत रिश्ते हैं, कोई देश ऐसा नहीं छूटा होगा जहां पर भारत को सम्मान न मिला हो, उसके बाद आज ये कहना पड़ रहा हो सरकार को, तो ये बड़े दुखद है क्योंकि हम फॉरेन पॉलिसी पर पूरी तरह असफल रहे हैं। किसान के हितों पर जो वादा किया था कि हम आय दोगुनी करेंगे, वो आय दोगुनी नहीं हो पाई है। नौजवान को नौकरी रोजगार नहीं मिला है और जिस तरह लगातार पाबंदियां लगती जा रही हैं, ये कहीं ना कहीं हमारा देश संकट में है, अर्थव्यवस्था संकट में है, किसान संकट में है, नौजवान संकट में है, पूरा चौतरफा हमारा भारत घिर गया है।
वो 100% भी लगा सकते हैं। कल जब आपकी तरफ से कोई जवाब ही नहीं जा रहा है तो 100% लगाते रहे। और ट्रम्प के टैक्स लगाने से क्या फर्क पड़ना है? ट्रम्प को तो जो लगाना है वो लगाएंगे। हम लोगों को जवाब तो देना चाहिए। क्या ट्रम्प के भरोसे हम रोटी खा रहे हैं? अगर ट्रम्प के भरोसे दुनिया रोटी खा रही होती तो ईरान तो भूखा मर गया होता। ईरान ने अपने आप को साबित करके दिखाया और हमारी इतनी बड़ी आबादी है, इसको कोई इग्नोर नहीं कर सकता। हम लोगों को अपनी नीतियों के अंदर आमूलचूल परिवर्तन करने पड़ेंगे और देश एक सशक्त प्रधानमंत्री के रूप में चाहता है कि मोदी जी जवाब देने का काम करें। मोदी जी ट्रम्प को उसकी भाषा में ही जवाब देने का काम करें। क्यों नहीं जवाब दे पा रहे मोदी साहब? हमारी जो उत्पादन आधारित अर्थव्यवस्था है उसको बनाना पड़ेगा। अभी जो हम लोग उपभोक्ता आधारित अर्थव्यवस्था है, इसलिए हमको धमकाने का काम किया जा रहा है। हमें उत्पादन आधारित अर्थव्यवस्था बनानी पड़ेगी। अपने क्षेत्र जहां हम पैसा कमा सकते हैं, छोटे छोटे, जैसे यूएई है, पर्यटन से पैसा कमा रहा है। हम तो कोई काम नहीं कर रहे हैं। उनका पर्यटन देखिए कहाँ चला गया, छोटा सा मुल्क। धार्मिक पर्यटन से सऊदी अरब कितना पैसा कमाता है, हम तो उधर जा नहीं रहे। हमारे यहाँ तो धार्मिक पर्यटन बहुत हो सकता है। तो जहाँ जहाँ जो संभावनाएं हो सकती है, उन संभावनाओं को देख करके देश को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने की तरफ हमें चलना चाहिए।
भारत सरकार का कहना है कि हम देश हितों और किसान जिस तरीके से जो एग्रीकल्चर है उस सेक्टर में झुकने वाले नहीं है।
अरे तो आप नहीं झुकने वाले। आप क्या, वो जो अमेरिका चाहता है कि वहां से मांसाहारी पशुओं का दूध निर्यात करेगा, हम लोग मांसाहारी पशुओं का दूध पियेंगे? क्या धर्म भ्रष्ट कराना है पूरे देश का?
लेकिन देश के हित में हम झुकेंगे नहीं, किसी भी समझौता नहीं होगा।
अरे तो बोलिए ना, ट्रम्प के लिए बोलिए ना। आप ये बात देश में क्यों बोल रहा है? वैश्विक पटल के ऊपर कहिए ना कि ट्रम्प कुछ भी करे, हम नहीं झुकेंगे।
Around 190 people have been rescued from Dharali following TRF, and the Border Road Organization along with local volunteers are engaged in a joint rescue and relief operation to search the missing people. Take a look.
देखिए, मैं इस वक्त मताली हेलीपैड पर मौजूद हूँ और मेरे सहयोगी आपको तस्वीर दिखा रहे हैं। ये हेलीकॉप्टर है। इस हेलीकॉप्टर को जूम करके दिखाइए। इस हेलीकॉप्टर में एसडीआरएफ के जवान मौजूद हैं। यहाँ पर स्क्वाड जो डॉग हैं वो इस हेलीकॉप्टर में मौजूद हैं, उनको लेकर जाया जा रहा है। इस हेलीकॉप्टर के अंदर यहाँ पर एनडीआरएफ का डॉग यहाँ पर मौजूद है। अब इसके अंदर एनडीआरएफ की टीम है। ये हेलीकॉप्टर यहाँ से उड़ान भरने वाला है। उड़ान भरते ही ये हेलीकॉप्टर सीधे हर्षिल पहुँचने वाला है। इसके अंदर देखें, आप तस्वीरों में देखेंगे, यहाँ पर आपको डॉग उनका मौजूद है। एनडीआरएफ की टीम यहाँ पर मौजूद है। ये हेलीकॉप्टर सीधे हर्षिल उतरेगा। वहाँ से जहाँ पर धराली में जहाँ पर ये आपदा आई है, वहाँ पर ये लगातार अब रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन में तेज़ी लाने का काम करेगा। और ये तस्वीर आप देखिए, ये तस्वीर देखिए आप। ये हेलीकॉप्टर मताली हेलीपैड से उड़ने वाला है। ये देखिए, ये हेलीकॉप्टर, इसके अंदर एनडीआरएफ का डॉग और तमाम तकनीक से लैस जो सामान की जो आवश्यकता थी वहाँ पर, उस सामान को वहाँ पर पहुँचाने का काम लगातार किया जा रहा है। ये देखिए, हेलीकॉप्टर ने उड़ान यहाँ से भरनी आरंभ कर दी है। इस हेलीकॉप्टर के अंदर एनडीआरएफ की टीम मौजूद है, डॉग स्क्वाड की टीम मौजूद है, डॉग यहाँ पर मौजूद है और दूसरा हेलीकॉप्टर भी इसके बाद तैयार होगा उड़ान भरने के लिए। ये तस्वीर मताली हेलीपैड की तस्वीरें हैं, जहाँ से एनडीआरएफ लगातार ग्राउंड जीरो यानी कि हरसिल हेलीपैड पर पहुँच रही है और वहाँ से 3 किलोमीटर जहाँ पर आपदा आई है यानी कि धराली गांव, वहाँ पर पहुँच रही है। ये एनडीआरएफ के और जो लोग हैं ये वहाँ पर पहुँच रहे हैं। ये देखिए, ये डॉग को लेकर के, स्क्वाड डॉग को लेकर के एनडीआरएफ की जो टीम है ये रवाना हो चुकी है। ये देखिए, लगातार हम अपने दर्शकों को दिखा रहे हैं क्योंकि लगातार जो मताली हेलीपैड है यहाँ से एसडीआरएफ एनडीआरएफ जहाँ रेस्क्यू करने के लिए जा रहे हैं, उसके साथ ही अगर बात की जाए तो तमाम जो लोग गंगोत्री में फंसे उनको भी यहाँ पर लेकर आया जा रहा है। जो लोग घायल हैं उनको ऋषिकेश एम्स शिफ्ट किया जा रहा है।
Breaking news coming in, viewers. SIT has now completed a site inspection at 12 locations and is considering to use ground penetrating radar for site inspection on 13. Now, SIT is now preparing to use GPR to detect buried skeletal remains, and the SIT officials are seeking expert advice on the same. Meanwhile, a key meeting was held with senior police officials to discuss implementation. Now, remember that this is the Dharmasthala burial probe, mass burial probe, which is ongoing right now. So we see that there are multiple angles to the story as we see the probe continues. SIT is probing the allegations, and we are also coming to know that multiple sites have been identified where the experts are reviewing those sites. Especially we are seeing that according to latest, SIT has gone ahead, completed site inspections at 12 locations and is going to go ahead and use a radar, a ground penetrating radar for site inspection on the 13th site. So on the right hand of the screen, you can see experts are surveying site number 13, and the Dharmasthala probe is continuing, where the SIT is preparing to use GPR now to detect buried skeletal remains, and the SIT officials are seeking expert advice on the same. Now we see simultaneously that we'll be joined soon by Nagendra. If you have Nagendra, let's go to Nagendra. Yes, Nagendra, we see that the SIT is probing some new allegations, key meetings being held with senior police officials to discuss the implementation, especially on site number 13. What do we know about the latest coming in? Yes.
शिवांगी, अभी एसआईटी का इन्वेस्टिगेशन का बारे में बहुत शक लग रहा है। क्यों, मैं बाद में बताता हूं। अभी 13th पॉइंट में अभी 12:30 बजने वाला है, अभी तक एसआईटी टीम अभी तक नहीं आया है। देखिए, अभी और एक प्रेस नोट भी रिलीज किया है लोकल एड का एक लीडर। उन्होंने बोल रहा है एसआईटी टीम वो मास्क मैन को उसका साथ क्यों नहीं रखा है। सुबह शाम को इन्वेस्टिगेशन होने के बाद मास्क मैन को छोड़ देता है, वो प्राइवेट पीपल के साथ वो जाता है, फिर सुबह वो आने के बाद मतलब एसआईटी ऑफिस को आने के बाद उसको लेके आके इन्वेस्टिगेशन को लेके आता है। ये अभी एलिगेशन शुरू हुआ है। इन्वेस्टिगेशन करने के समय में एविडेंस है, वो एविडेंस को क्यों बाहर छोड़ रहे हो बोल के एक आदमी ने एक लेटर भी लिखा है, उसके बारे में बहुत सारा चर्चा भी चल रहा है। देखिए, अभी 12:30 बज गया। आज 13th पॉइंट को आके उन्होंने एसआईटी टीम इन्वेस्टिगेशन करता है बोल के बहुत सारा प्रिपेयर भी किया है, लेकिन अभी तक 13th पॉइंट का पास वो नहीं आया है और एसआईटी ऑफिस को भी मास्क मैन नहीं आया बोल के अभी इन्फॉर्म मिल रहा है। देखिए, उसके भी बाद एक इंपॉर्टेंट नोट अभी हमको इंफॉर्मेशन मिला है रिपब्लिकन को, ये एक्सक्लूसिव इंफॉर्मेशन है। ये इन्वेस्टिगेशन स्टार्ट होने को भी पहला एक स्कल मिला था, वो स्कल को लेके जाके वो मास्क मैन ने मैंने इसको निकाला हूं, ऐसा ही स्कल बहुत सारा मैं आपको दिखाता हूं बोल के एक कंप्लेंट किया था। वो स्कल का बारे में एसआईटी ने उसको लैब को भेजा था। 2 हॉस्पिटल से लैब रिपोर्ट आ चुका है। वो स्कल 30 years बैक एक आदमी मर चुका था, वो आदमी का है बोल के स्कल अभी रिपोर्ट आया है। देखिए,
all right, thank you for joining us there with all those details. Nagendra, I'll be coming back to keep getting us those ground reports. Need to take a short break right now, viewers. Much for coming right up. We are live and breaking. PM Modi sends a loud and clear message to Trump on tariff and says India will never compromise on farmers' interests. And Donald Trump threatens of imposing secondary sanctions after slapping 50% tariffs on India. Stay tuned, viewers. We are live and breaking.
Amity is proud to announce the commencement of its 12th university in India. Amity University, Hyderabad. At the prime location of AeroCity Hyderabad Airport, has a strong focus on high-end research with brilliant students and distinguished faculty who share our mission to change the world together. To apply for this year's session, visit amity.edu/Hyderabad.
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Mujawar has been a part of the ATS team that investigated this Malegaon case, and what he has to say today is explosive. He's breaking the silence. Mahmood Mujawar ji, thank you. शुक्रिया हमारे साथ बातचीत करने के लिए. First of all, आपको ये फैसला आज सुन के क्या लगा? Do you think justice has finally been done in the case, Mujawar ji?
बहुत अच्छा लगा सर, कहीं तो न्याय हो गया। और ये न्याय मिलाने के लिए जो आपने जद्दोजहद की, जो आपने कोशिश की, वो सही में काम आई सर। खास करके मैं निरंजन स्वामी का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ, जिन्होंने मेरा कोई तुम्हारे चैनल से कोई संबंध नहीं था, मगर मेरे को ढूंढ के निकाल के आपने अपने स्टूडियो में बुलाया था और बुला के मेरे को पूछ के सही तरीके से मेरा इंटरव्यू लिया था सर। उसका काम हो गया और अच्छा काम हुआ उसके अंदर। सही तरीके से सही जजमेंट, सही एविडेंस और जो चाहिए वो विटनेसेस मिल गए सर आपको।
मुजावर जी, लास्ट टाइम जब आपने बात की थी हमारे साथ, आपने एटीएस के बारे में बात की थी। आपने बोला एटीएस ने एविडेंस को फिक्स किया था। इस पूरा केस एक खोखला केस है। आपने ये भी बोला था कि ये जो विटनेसेस थे उनको मारा गया था। एंड लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, मुजावर हैड met us at Republic in Mumbai 6 years ago. He was going from one court to the next. He met us in our office. He came with us. He came to us with a bag full of documents. When he was fighting in the courts, and we sat down, we spoke to him, we understood that he was an ATS officer who nobody was willing to take at face value back then because Parambir Singh was calling the shots in Mumbai. And that is why Mujawar never had the chance to speak. मुजावर जी, हमें ये बताइए, ये जो आपने बोला था पिछले बार कि एटीएस ने इन विटनेसेस को मारा था,
आपने बराबर वो परमवीर सिंह का नाम लिया। वो परमवीर सिंह आज तक किसके सामने नहीं आए और सब गुपचुप चल रहा था, मगर सही तरीके से कोर्ट में न्याय मिला सर। मैं उनके हाथ नीचे काम किया। मेरे को एटीएस में बुला के कवरिंग पार्टी बोल के लिए थे और मैं इस तपास के अंदर इंदौर, भोपाल, अजमेर, मुंबई, नागपुर, ये सभी ठिकाने, सब जगह पे जाके आया हूँ सर। मेरे को सीक्रेट फंड में से पैसा दिया गया था इन्वेस्टिगेशन के लिए और मेरे साथ में 10 पुलिस कर्मचारी दिए गए थे और मैं साधारण 7-8 महीने काम किया और मेरे को जो काम दिए थे वो मैं नहीं कर सकता था सर। तो झूठा था, वो झूठ काम था। मैंने बताया, वो कोर्ट में बताया, 313 सीआरपीसी 313 के मुताबिक मैं कोर्ट में स्टेटमेंट दिया था और मेरा जो कहना था वो मैं सोलापुर के कोर्ट में दिया था और मैं जो काम नहीं किया, वो इतने बड़े व्यक्ति को मेरे को झूठ पकड़ के लाओ, उसको अंदर डालो या क्या भी करो बोल के मेरे को हथियार दिए गए थे। मैंने वो नहीं किया सर। मैं प्रामाणिकपने, मेरे को मालूम है मेरा जमीर जो है, मेरा अंतरात्मा जो है, ऐसा झूठ काम करने के लिए मेरे को बर्दाश्त नहीं हुआ वो, मैंने नहीं किया। तो मेरे को वो बात छुपाने के लिए मेरे पर झूठे केस किए सर, झूठे केस किए। मैं वहां था तो मेरे को बताया नहीं गया। मेरे
Hello and welcome. You're watching Republic TV with me, Akanksha Khajuri. And ladies and gentlemen, Republic has done it again from morning to midnight across all the time bands. Republic TV is India's undisputed #1 channel. Your choice when it comes to the quickest breakings and most accurate analysis as well. No landing, no manipulation, just total domination. 78% during Arnab Goswami's primetime show. And the nation has chosen Republic TV, has led. The rest are left in the dust. Continue supporting us. And now let's get you the top headlines of the day. Big setback for Justice Yashwant Varma. Supreme Court dismisses his plea, calls it not maintainable.
भारत अपने किसानों के, पशुपालकों के और मछुआरे भाई बहनों के हितों के साथ कभी भी समझौता नहीं करेगा।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi sends a loud and clear message to Donald Trump on the tariff war, says India will never compromise on farmers' interests.
Indian officials have said that there are other countries that are buying Russian oil.
It's okay.
Like China, for instance,
It's
buys
okay.
more.
Yeah.
Why are you singling India out for these additional sanctions?
It's only been 8 hours, so let's see what happens over the next.
Sanctions
you're going to see a lot more.
So this is a taste of
You're
what's
going to see a
come.
lot more. You're going to see so much secondary sanction.
Donald Trump has threatened imposing secondary sanctions after slapping 50% tariff on India. National Security Advisor Ajit Doval to hold key meeting with senior Russian officials today. Rupee rises 3 paisa to 87.69 against US dollar in the early trade after Donald Trump administration increased the tariff on Indian imports to 50%. And Republic TV continues to be the undisputed #1 channel across the nation. India watches Arnab Goswami. Republic TV is the national, in fact, domination as far as the prime time is concerned. #1 channel when it comes to rating. Let's start with the breaking news that we are getting at this point in time as far as the notification of the Election Commission is concerned. We're learning that the Election Commission of India has issued a notification for the September 9th election to the Vice President's post, and this has kick-started the nomination process. And according to the notification, it has stated that August 21st is the last date for filing nomination, while the documents will be scrutinized on August 22nd. Remember, earlier Jagdeep Dhankar was the Vice President of India, but now that position lies vacant, and in fact, as per this notification, August 25 is the last day to withdraw from the electoral battle, and the post in fact fell vacant on July 21st following the surprise resignation of Jagdeep Dhankar citing health reasons. Now, in fact, his tenure was to end in 2027, but it ended 2 years before that on July 21st, 2025. And now the Election Commission of India has issued a notification for the September 9th election for the Vice President's post. And this has now kick-started the nomination process. In fact, only a month left for this crucial election. We're learning that August 21st is the last date for final nomination. Documents will be scrutinized on August 22nd. And August 25 is the last day to withdraw from this electoral battle. As far as the notification is concerned, a person is not eligible if he holds any office of profit under the Government of India or state government or any subordinate local authority. In fact, as far as the Bharatiya Janata Party is concerned, they have a comfortable edge, and when it comes to ruling NDA, they have a comfortable edge in the vice presidential elections. Now shifting our focus, a day after Republic TV questioned Christian Michel in the VVIP chopper scam case, we have now spoken to the CBI counsel, Advocate DP Singh, in detail about this Augusta Westland case and the role of Christian Michel as far as this case is concerned. Remember, yesterday Republic TV got you the first and the exclusive conversation with Christian Michel, and he made a big submission and admission as far as this case is concerned, admitting to the corruption charges, saying that yes, corruption took place. It took place in Italy and not in the country. Our reporter, in fact, asked him about the Gandhi links, and all of these questions were asked, and the pointed questions were asked, and no answer was given by him whatsoever. Listen in fact, to Advocate DP Singh. All right, we'll get you more details on that conversation with CBI counsel Advocate DP Singh, but this comes day after. Look at the visuals on your screen. Republic TV got you that exclusive confrontation of Christian Michel. Remember, he was extradited to India in 2018, then arrested by CBI and ED as far as the VVIP chopper scam is concerned, and that dates back to the UPA era government, and that is when this alleged corruption took place. And now we confronted Christian Michel, and he had to say that yes, corruption did take place, but not in India. It happened in Italy. But he made this admission, and a huge admission in this case, that the corruption took place during the UPA era government. A big charge that had come from him yesterday. And now we've also spoken to the CBI's counsel, Advocate DP Singh, for more on this, and we'll get you the statement in just some time. But this is a massive case that had come to the fore during UPA era government. In fact, we have more breaking news coming in. Ladies and gentlemen, amid Donald Trump's tariff threat, Prime Minister has made it clear that India will prioritize its farmers' interests above everything else, even in the face of the economic repercussions, is what he has said today. And amid rising tensions with the United States, Prime Minister has stated that for us, the interest of our farmers is our top priority. India will never compromise on the interest of the farmers, fishermen, and the dairy farmers. Listen in.
हमारे लिए अपने किसानों का हित सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता है। भारत अपने किसानों के, पशुपालकों के और मछुआरे भाई बहनों के हितों के साथ कभी भी समझौता नहीं करेगा। और मैं जानता हूं व्यक्तिगत रूप से मुझे बहुत बड़ी कीमत चुकानी पड़ेगी, लेकिन मैं इसके लिए तैयार हूं। मेरे देश के किसानों के लिए, मेरे देश के मछुआरों के लिए, मेरे देश के पशुपालकों के लिए आज भारत तैयार है।
Let me go across to my colleague Chandrakala, who's been tracking this story very closely. Chandrakala, through this message that Prime Minister gave today, he's made very clear that India will not bow down. Whatever comes from Donald Trump, be it 25% tariff or 50% tariff, India will not bow down in front of the United States. Give us more details about this.
Well, absolutely clearly pointed out by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. In fact, a very hard-hitting statement from India as far as Donald Trump's unreasonable tariffs are concerned. We have made it clear that our stand is absolutely clear. We are not going beyond our national interest. Our farmers is our utmost priority, as of course dairy farming is also our utmost priority, and Prime Minister has completely made it clear that our farmers will be the highest priority, and there will be no such rush as far as the trade deal is concerned. As we know that Trump has already signed deal with multiple countries, including the European European Union and Japan and the UK, but of course India, Canada, and there are countries like Canada and Brazil are yet to be signing a deal. And as we know that India is facing the highest tariff after Brazil, and now that President Trump has come up with an additional 25% tariff, but India is absolutely clear about its stand. We are not going to going beyond our national interest. And of course, as far as India's statement is concerned, that we have seen that it's an unreasonable and unjustified as far as Donald Trump's tariff threat is concerned. It is very vague that he's coming up when he was asked about that India has been targeted, despite the fact that US itself has been importing uranium from Russia, and he's not aware. He has made it clear that I don't know about it. I'd have to look after it. That was a clear message from Donald Trump when he was being asked during a White House briefing. Now, of course, India is viewing at it very cautiously. We are monitoring this situation very cautiously, and there is no rush into.
Absolutely, Chandrakala. Keep tracking those details. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. In fact, we have more reactions coming in as far as the Prime Minister's statement is concerned. And the latest one is from the Congress party. The Congress leader has said that this is very wrong. It is not right for a leader to say such things about a country. Our foreign policy is weak, but despite this, we firmly oppose this. The entire country is united. So this is, in fact, the statement that has come in from the Congress party. They've hit out at the government saying that our foreign policy is weak, but also saying that the entire country is united as far as the Trump tariff tantrum is concerned. And this is similar to the statement that was given by Rahul Gandhi yesterday, where he had attacked the government on the tariff as well. And this recent statement coming in from Rajiv Shukla. Listen in.
मैं समझता हूँ बहुत ही गलत बात है, बहुत ही ये है किसी लीडर का इस तरह से एक देश के प्रति गुस्सा निकालना ठीक नहीं है। हमारी विदेश नीति की कमजोरी है, इसमें कोई शक नहीं है, लेकिन इसके बावजूद जो है हमें इसका डट के मुकाबला करना चाहिए। पूरा देश एक है, इसका मुकाबला करने के लिए हमारे कई सेक्टर प्रभावित होंगे। टेक्सटाइल प्रभावित होगा, फार्मास्यूटिकल प्रभावित होगा, एग्रीकल्चर प्रभावित होगा, लेकिन हमें इसका डट के मुकाबला करना चाहिए और अपनी व्यवस्था स्वयं बनानी चाहिए।
So this is Congress party calling out the foreign policy of the country very weak, but saying that the country is united. Now, shifting our focus, the joint security forces have once again recovered a large amount of arms and ammunition from the Chatru area, the district in Jammu and Kashmir, Kishtwar. And AK series rifle, ammunition, magazines and binoculars were also recovered by the army and the police there as well. Have a look at this report.
In a constant attempt to neutralize terror in Jammu and Kashmir, the Joint Security Forces have conducted a huge search operation in the forest region. And in the latest, the forces have recovered a huge cache of arms and ammunition from Chatru area in Kishtwar. AK series rifles, magazine and a binocular has been seized by the Joint Security Forces. Chatru area in Kishtwar has seen multiple encounters in the last 1 year as the Jaish-e-Mohammed has been quite active in the dense region. Indian Army as well as the Kishtwar police is conducting a large-scale operation in the forest of Chatru to capture the active JAM terrorist. In the last few days, multiple wins for the forces were seen as they successfully thwarted several attempts of infiltration and terror. Meanwhile, a gun battle continues between the security forces and terrorists in Kulgam for the last 7 days, where at least one terrorist has been killed.
And now let's have a look at the top national stories of the day in under 2 minutes. Two criminals involved in the killing of a journalist were gunned down in encounter with a joint team of Noida and Sitapur police late last night is what we're learning in Uttar Pradesh. The shootout took place in Pisawan area where the duo sustained serious bullet injuries. They were rushed to the community health center and later referred to the district hospital of Sitapur. A 26-year-old youth was brutally murdered by 4 assailants at a bar and a restaurant near Mandya in Karnataka. The shocking attack that you can see on the screen as well, carried out using a dagger and a knife, was captured on CCTV camera, revealing the violent assault. The accused are suspected to be known to the victim. A manhunt has been launched to nab the people on your screen. AIADMK leader Palaniswamy has received a welcome with a victory slogan echoing across Tamil Nadu as he addressed supporters with confidence about the party's prospects, taking a sharp dig at other opposition leaders as well. The Enforcement Directorate conducted raids at 8 locations across 3 states, targeting a massive 340 crore fake GST input tax credit scam involving shell companies and fraudulent billing. The action marks a major escalation in the probe into the elaborate tax evasion. Now shifting our focus, we have breaking news coming in. As per the Election Commission, so far not even a single claim or objection has been submitted by any political party as far as the Bihar survey is concerned. Remember, on one hand, in the last 3 weeks, the political parties, be it the Congress Party, Aam Aadmi Party, RJD, they all have been protesting in the parliament, raising issue against the Bihar survey. But on the other hand, in the last 7 days, that is from August 1st to August 7th, no objection, no claim has been filed by any political party whatsoever as far as the Bihar survey is concerned. Let me go across to my colleague Riyanka, who's been tracking this story. Riyanka, we have been seeing these visuals of the opposition parties, Congress Party, RJD, all of them in the last 3 weeks protesting in the parliament. But Election Commission has asked if anybody has any sort of objection or claim regarding the Bihar survey. To that, zero claim has come till now. Give us more details about the statement that has come in from Election Commission.
Absolutely. The Election Commission there making a big statement, and it has clearly mentioned that not even a single political party has put forward any claim or objection towards the new SIR or the Bihar electoral roll, which was published on 1st of August. And the Election Commission once again asserting its motive that no ineligible voter will be included in the list, and all the eligible voters will be very well put forward in the list. Now, on the other hand, the Election Commission had said that all those who had objections and claims can write and give their objections to the Election Commission. To that, there has been no objection that so far from any political party. As you rightly mentioned there also, that in the last few weeks during the entire monsoon session, the political parties, the indie bloc, had been protesting each and every day, disrupting the functioning of the House only to demand a debate and ask the EC to roll back the particular SIR in Bihar. But regarding that, despite all the drama that we saw in the parliament, there was no such objection which the Election Commission has received from any political party. Rather, there have been several objections and claims from the electors itself, is what the Election Commission had mentioned in its daily bulletin. So we have to wait and see what happens next. It looks like two-faced. The political parties in the opposition political parties just raised their voice and put forward slogans, but not a single objection given to the Election Commission.
Absolutely. Now Election Commission has called out the doublespeak of the opposition party. Only street protests, but no official claim or objection to the Bihar survey. Thanks so much for all the details. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. Now, shifting our focus to Karnataka as far as the Dharamstala mass burial case is concerned. We're learning is that Karnataka Chief Minister has spoken up. He has assured strict action against all those who break the law in this case. And this comes in the backdrop of at least 4 YouTubers and camera persons who were actively covering the SIT process as far as this case is concerned, and they were assaulted in a clash with the locals yesterday night. And after this statement has come in from the Karnataka Chief Minister. He has said that those who will break the law will be punished, and he has assured action. And this comes in the backdrop of in fact, attack on 4 YouTubers and camera persons who were actively covering this case from Dharamstala.
ಯಾರೇ ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಕಾನೂನು ರೀತಿ ಕ್ರಮ ತಗೋತೀವಿ. ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಕಾನೂನು ರೀತಿ ಕ್ರಮ ತಗೋತೀವಿ. ಯಾರೇ ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಕಾನೂನು ರೀತಿ ಕ್ರಮ ತಗೊಳ್ತೀವಿ.
All right, let me go across to my colleague Nagendra Babu, who joins us live from that very spot where this incident take place. Nagendra, there was attack on the YouTubers and the camera persons there. Now we're learning that FIR has been registered. Tell us why did the clash take place, and secondly, what is the resentment amongst the locals, because we're learning that they are calling this a false propaganda. Now reaction has also come in from Karnataka Chief Minister. Give us more details about this case.
आकांक्षा, देखिए कल शाम 4 बजे को एसआईटी टीम मास्क मैन को लेके इधर से वापस, मतलब एक्सकवेशन खत्म होने के बाद उसको वापस एसआईटी ऑफिस को लेके जाता है। वो जाने के बाद एक बिग बॉस कंटेस्टेंट सेलिब्रिटी एक रजत बोल के इधर ये सौजन्या घर को आता है। सौजन्या घर से बाहर आने के बाद 3 यूट्यूबर्स लोग जाके उसके साथ बात करने के लिए जाता है। वो टाइम पे ये यूट्यूबर्स लोग ने थोड़ा धर्मस्थल के बारे में गलत इंफॉर्मेशन दे रहा है बोल के इधर लोकलाइट्स ने जाके उसके साथ बातचीत करके उसके ऊपर मैन हैंडलिंग करके इसका बारे में कंप्लेंट हुआ है। अभी गवर्नमेंट में इसको लीगल एक्शन देने के लिए स्ट्रिक्टली ऑर्डर दिया है। ऐसा भी सीएम सिद्धरामैया ने बोल चुका है, अभी हमने लीगल एक्शन जरूर लेंगे बोल के सीएम भी इंस्ट्रक्शन दिया है। आकांक्षा,
Absolutely. Karnataka Chief Minister has waded in. He has said that strict action will be taken against those who are creating ruckus there. Now, shifting our focus the day after Republic TV questioned Christian Michel in the VVIP chopper scam case, we have now spoken to the CBI's counsel advocate DP Singh. Listen in to what he had to say. All right, we'll get you more details on this. Remember, yesterday Republic TV had confronted Christian Michel in this UPA era case, and now Republic TV has spoken to the CBI's counsel as well. Listen in.
This he has said even in his disclosures to the agencies. And he says that because he thinks that he got his money in Italy, he did his initial meetings with Orsi and Spagnolini and others in Italy. So therefore it is a Italy corruption and it has nothing to do with India. What he doesn't realize is that he has also stated the following. One, that he was in India, he was here, he had hired a staff, he was reporting the file movements, he was also trying to manipulate the file movements. He was also trying to manipulate for, garnering support for Augusta Westland all along while he was in India. He had a full-fledged office. Then there is so much of evidence that how the money that he got, ultimately he got that money in Dubai. Agreement, which is also a part of record with Hashke, who was the other middleman. And that middleman and that meeting and the inter-se agreement of spoils, that took place in Italy. The meetings with the Augusta Westland top management happened in Italy is one part of the case.
Point that he was granted bail by the Supreme Court in the year 2018 in February, and in March this year, of course, when it comes to the ED case by the Delhi High Court on March 4. What after that? I mean, of course, you have been dealing with this case. You are the one who has submitted the petition.
18, he was never granted bail. 18, he was brought to India.
I'm talking about February 18 this year.
February 18, 2025, never said this year, sorry. So 2025 he has been granted bail. He is not granting of bail is one step to come out of the jail. The other is to submit the bail bonds, which is entirely dependent on him. It is not the prosecution or the court does not come into play in that. So he has not submitted bail bonds, which means he does not want to come out. He does not choose to come out for whatever reasons that is best known to him. He keeps saying one or the other things, tries to scandalize, tries to say incoherent things. But I think that is a part of his strategy.
Where does this case stand now? Now that he has also appealed the court that he's not safe, he's not safe to go out of India.
See, there are two things. In 2007, there is something called, there is a 207 proceedings. The entire relied upon documentation has been given. Now, with regard to some devices and other things, all these counsels make a hue and cry every time and not letting this case to proceed to the next stage.
And with this, we're taking a very short break. Coming up on the other side, we'll tell you about the loud and clear message given by Prime Minister on the Trump tariff tantrum. And also, Donald Trump has threatened of imposing secondary sanctions after slapping 50% tariff on India. This and much more on the other side. Stay with us.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिर्फ जल जीरा मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा।
The Indian economy has been the fastest growing G20 economy for 8 of the last 11 years. And those are the only 8 in the last 77 years during which India has been the largest, has been the fastest growing economy among the G20. So during the years that Rahul Gandhi's family ruled India, India's per capita income was declining relative to the rest of the world. Just listen to that. The average income of an Indian was declining relative to the average income of every human on earth. That is a remarkably bad outcome for India to have had. If you want a dead economy, it is the Nehruvian Indira economy and the Rajiv economy. That was a genuinely dead economy. If you want an economy that is vibrant, this is that economy. The economy of India today under the Modi government is in fact the envy of the world. It may not be the envy of Donald Trump right now, but the simple fact is that the Indian economy is the fastest growing economy in the world. You can see this in the IMF's latest forecasts. They are very modest forecasts, but in fact, the economy of India has grown at an average annual pace of 8.2% in real terms every year for the past 4 years. And it has achieved that with a current account deficit.
Amity is proud to announce the commencement of its 12th university in India, Amity University, Hyderabad. At the prime location of AeroCity Hyderabad Airport, has a strong focus on high-end research with brilliant students and distinguished faculty who share our mission to change the world together. To apply for this year's session, visit amity.edu/Hyderabad.
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Mujawar has been a part of the ATS team that investigated this Malegaon case, and what he has to say today is explosive. He's breaking the silence. Mahmood Mujawar ji, thank you. शुक्रिया हमारे साथ बातचीत करने के लिए. First of all, आपको ये फैसला आज सुन के क्या लगा? डू यू थिंक जस्टिस हैज फाइनली बीन डन इन द केस? पुजावर जी,
बहुत अच्छा लगा सर, कहीं तो न्याय हो गया। और ये न्याय मिलाने के लिए जो आपने जद्दोजहद की, जो आपने कोशिश की, वो सही में काम आई सर। खास करके मैं निरंजन स्वामी का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ, जिन्होंने मेरा कोई तुम्हारे चैनल से कोई संबंध नहीं था, मगर मेरे को ढूंढ के निकाल के आपने अपने स्टूडियो में बुलाया था और बुला के मेरे को पूछ के सही तरीके से मेरा इंटरव्यू लिया था सर। उसका काम हो गया और अच्छा काम हुआ उसके अंदर, सही तरीके।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
भारत अपने किसानों के, पशुपालकों के और मछुआरे भाई बहनों के हितों के साथ कभी भी समझौता नहीं करेगा।
PM Narendra Modi sends a loud and clear message to Trump on tariff. Says India will never compromise on farmers' interests.
Indian officials have said that there are other countries that are buying Russian oil.
It's okay.
Like China, for instance,
It's
buys
okay.
more.
Yeah.
Why are you singling India out for these additional
It's
sanctions?
only been 8 hours, so let's see what happens over the next.
More secondary sanctions
you're going to see a lot more.
So this is a taste of
You're
what's
going to
to
see a
come.
lot more. You're going to see so much secondary sanction.
Donald Trump threatens of imposing secondary sanctions after slapping 50% tariffs on India. As Trump escalates tariff war on India, Congress continues to toe the US line. It's Indy versus India. National Security Advisor Ajit Doval to hold key meetings with senior Russian officials. Big setback for Justice Yashwant Varma. Supreme Court dismisses his plea, calls it not maintainable. And Republic continues to be the undisputed #1 channel across the nation. India watches Arnab Goswami. Starting this edition with a breaking news coming in, ladies and gentlemen. NSA Ajit Doval is in Moscow and key meetings of the NSA is currently underway with the top Russian diplomats. This is one of the biggest stories that we are tracking. Remember, NSA Ajit Doval is in Moscow amid rising US pressure over India-Russia ties. And in fact, Trump has also slapped an additional 25% tariffs over the continued importing of Russian oil by New Delhi. In fact, according to the official news, Russian news agencies, discussions will include Russian oil supplies, bilateral defense deals and broader regional security issues. In fact, National Security Advisor Ajit Doval is holding key meetings in Moscow with senior Russian officials to discuss defense cooperation, energy ties and preparations for an upcoming summit here between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Russian President Vladimir Putin. All right, we are being joined by Nikita Menkovich from Russia. Nikita, thank you for speaking to Republic. NSA Ajit Doval is in Moscow. In fact, the key meetings of the NSA is also currently underway with the top Russian officials. What are the latest updates that you're picking up?
First of all, I'd like to say that we should not pay too much attention to American voice of American president, because he changes his opinion often. He may say one day, Putin is okay, he's my best friend. Next day, I don't like Mr. Putin, I don't like his position, and I'm going to implement new sanctions. It's absolutely inadequate behavior of Mr. Trump. So we cannot be sure what he would say tomorrow about sanctions, about Putin, about everything else. The second one, I think when United States trying to press us, we should remember it is not about economy. It is about our independence. It is about our state. India took its freedom from British Kingdom. Should you reject it and give it to United States? Of course not. India, as Russia do, should fight for our independence. Russia is fighting for our freedom against American mercenaries in Ukraine. India is fighting for India freedom against American and Western sanctions. You are defending your right to trade with country you like without taking attention about opinion of United States or any other Western capitals.
Indeed, Mr. Menkovich, and we have seen rapid developments happening. Yesterday was a big day in Moscow. We also saw India's national security advisor Ajit Doval meeting President Putin, but at the same time, we also saw President Trump's special envoy Steve Witkoff also being in Moscow. Now, there is high-intensity negotiations going on over the potential ceasefire deadline that also is self-imposed by President Donald Trump. Do you think the optics of India also meeting President Putin on the very same day that Witkoff was in Moscow and President Putin meeting both of them, in fact, meeting Doval before Witkoff, is there some clear message going to the Washington here in terms of the position that Russia has taken vis-a-vis its bilateral relationship with India? Because we also saw earlier that spokesperson for President Putin and also said, Mr. Dmitry Peskov, that choosing trading partners is a sole prerogative of a sovereign nation.
I think that now our goal, historical goal, is to build a new world. World is based on freedom and right of every country for its independent policy, without dictatorship of United States or British king. We should build this new trade system independent from American dollar and from other tools of American and British hegemony. In my honor opinion, we have good chances to achieve this goal. We are building our cooperation with biggest nations, China, Latin American, other countries, which has growing economy. I think that United States and collective West is going to the past. They are not as strong as they was maybe 20 or 25 years ago. It's new time now. It's time for our countries and for our people to choose future for us and for all the world.
Indeed, Mr. Menkovich, and it is obviously a brave new world out there with the new tariff imposition coming in from the United States. Here in India, we're closely tracking all the developments. Thank you very much for your inputs coming in from Russia there. Antara, those are the latest developments that we're tracking now today. NSA Ajit Doval expected to meet more top Russian officials.
Well, absolutely, Krita. Thank you for getting us those updates. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, hours after imposing an additional 25% tariff on Indian imports, taking the total to 50%, US President Donald Trump warned of more secondary sanctions on India over its continued purchase of oil from Russia. Listen to what the US President had to say.
Indian officials have said that there are other countries that are buying Russian oil.
It's okay.
Like China, for instance,
It's
buys
okay.
more.
Yeah.
Why are you singling India out for these additional sanctions?
It's only been 8 hours, so let's see what happens over the next.
Sanctions
you're going to see a lot more.
So this is a taste of
You're going to see a lot more. You're going to see so much secondary sanctions.
Shifting our focus to another breaking news that is coming in, ladies and gentlemen, AIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi has issued a first response on US President Donald Trump imposing an additional 25% tariff on Indian goods. Now, in a sharply worded tweet, viewers, Owaisi called Trump a buffoon-in-chief and accused him of bullying rather than engaging in diplomacy. He has also stated that the tariffs would severely impact Indian exporters, MSMEs, manufacturers, disrupt supply chains and deter foreign investment and result in job losses. Well, that is the sharply worded tweet that Asaduddin Owaisi posted on X. He said, and I quote, "Trump just slapped another 25% tariff on India, taking it to 50% because we bought oil from Russia. This is not diplomacy. It is bullying by the buffoon-in-chief who clearly does not understand how global trade works." He, in fact, viewers, the AIM chief has also questioned Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the centre as to why they remain silent on the issue. Owaisi has, in fact, gone on to accuse the government of giving up India's strategic independence to wealthy friends. Well, that is the message that is coming in from the AIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi. He has said, and I quote, that what Donald Trump, what the US president is doing is nothing but buffoonery at this point. In fact, viewers, sending a strong message to US President Donald Trump after he ratcheted up the tariff for Prime Minister Narendra Modi, issued a sharply worded response. Listen in to what he had to say.
हमारे लिए अपने किसानों का हित सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता है। भारत अपने किसानों के, पशुपालकों के और मछुआरे भाई बहनों के हितों के साथ कभी भी समझौता नहीं करेगा। और मैं जानता हूं व्यक्तिगत रूप से मुझे बहुत बड़ी कीमत चुकानी पड़ेगी, लेकिन मैं इसके लिए तैयार हूं। मेरे देश के किसानों के लिए, मेरे देश के मछुआरों के लिए, मेरे देश के पशुपालकों के लिए आज भारत तैयार है।
Well, of course, that was PM Modi's strongly worded message. He has made it very, very clear that he has stressed, in fact, that it doesn't matter if his personal interests take a hit as long as the farmer's interest is paramount. He is going to bear the sacrifice. This is PM's strongly worded message on the tariff trade war that is being ratcheted up by the US President Donald Trump. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's cut straight across to Nikita Menkovich, who continues to join us live from Russia. Of course, Nikita, we all saw Prime Minister Modi's strongly worded response to the back-to-back trade tariff that is being slapped by US President Donald Trump. Of course, it brings us to question, who do you think will blink first, and what are the latest developments on this front?
In my honor opinion, we should wait maybe not for blinking, but for changing position of United States. You see, as I said before, Trump is changing his position daily about Israel conflict, about Ukraine, about India, about Mexico, about everything. The position of Mr. Trump in the United States are very weak. He promised during the election campaign that he is going to solve a lot of problems in a few days, but nothing has been done. So a lot of people in the United States, including Mr. Musk, the right hand of the Mr. Trump, asking questions. Why did you fail? So Trump is nervous, and he's trying to do something to show his people, to his parliament, that he's doing his best. So in this position, he may declare 50% tariffs and in a week or two change it back. Mr. Trump is weak, and we should remember it and using this information in our political game. We are fighting against a weak president with a lot of problems inside his country. It's a good position for us to solve our problem and to achieve results we want.
Well, absolutely, Nikita. Let's also cut across to Republic reporter Rajesh Pawar, who joins us live from Ukraine's capital, Kyiv. Rajesh, of course, we are all looking at what Trump is currently doing. He has slapped an additional 25% tariff, making it a culminative of 50%. And now he is continuing to say that this is because of India's continued import of Russian oil. What are the developments that you're picking up on your end, Rajesh?
Look, these tariffs were expected because President Trump had made it very clear that if India continues to buy oil and military equipment from Russia, then there will be additional penalties. And this was expected it can go even higher from this. And Ukraine has continuously demanded from India that India should stop buying oil from Russia. I remember when Prime Minister Modi was in Ukraine, President Zelensky had asked one major demand from Prime Minister Modi that India should stop buying oil because it's fueling the Russian economy and this war. India's position has been very consistent that we will buy oil from wherever we get it cheap for our people. And still a lot of things, it's very fluid situation right now. Anything can happen. India has announced that Prime Minister Modi will be going to Beijing, to China on 31st of August. Also, the deadline which President Trump has set for Russia for a ceasefire is approaching another 2 days. So anything can happen right now. For India, it's a big setback because India depends heavily on the United States. And now there are talks that America might even deport Indian techies. There are thousands of them working right now in US. And if America takes that step, it will be a very big step. At the same time, America is also aware of the fact that all these steps will lead India closer to Russia and China. And when Prime Minister Modi will go to China now on 31st of August, America will be watching it very closely. Anything can happen before that time, and America might do something which can even be positive. There might be an announcement from President Trump. We know him, how he takes a U-turn, that he might slash these tariffs. Also, that's a possibility which no one is talking right now. Over to you.
Well, absolutely, Rajesh. Do stay with us. We'll keep coming back to you. Viewers, before we move ahead, let's quickly replay what the Prime Minister had said. He has said, and I quote, "I'll have to pay the price," and he's ready to do it for the farmers. He says that the farmers' interest remains paramount. Take a look at what he had to say.
हमारे लिए अपने किसानों का हित सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता है। भारत अपने किसानों के, पशुपालकों के और मछुआरे भाई बहनों के हितों के साथ कभी भी समझौता नहीं करेगा। और मैं जानता हूं व्यक्तिगत रूप से मुझे बहुत बड़ी कीमत चुकानी पड़ेगी, लेकिन मैं इसके लिए तैयार हूं। मेरे देश के किसानों के लिए, मेरे देश के मछुआरों के लिए, मेरे देश के पशुपालकों के लिए आज भारत तैयार है।
Nikita, I would like to ask the next question to you. This is Donald Trump's hypocrisy that has now come out in the open. In fact, just yesterday, he was asked a very pointed question as to why he continues to target India, why he continues to single out India despite there being other countries that are importing oil from Russia. Not just that, US itself continues to import fertilizers, uranium, palladium, and despite that, Donald Trump, he either feigns innocence or he says that he's clueless about it. He says, and I quote, "I don't know. We'll have to see about it." Of course, this is the hypocrisy of the US president that is out for the world to see. What do you have to say on this?
I'd like to say that, as I said before, all of these questions are not about economy. It is about freedom. United States, Great Britain, and other Western countries want to see Russia, India, Ukraine as a colony. It was the reason why the war in Ukraine started. American put there those puppet government, and they are using it to take control on the land and economy of Ukraine. They want the same future for India, for Russia, for China, for any other countries, because it is the only way to solve the economical problems of United States and Western world. It is just a new time for colonization, for taking new lands and destroying those independence. And we are fighting back for our freedom. Russia is fighting together with Ukrainian people against puppet government in Ukraine. India is fighting back against American sanctions and threats. The same situation we have in many other regions. And it is our historical goal, it is our duty to defend our independence and freedom, to defend the future for our children.
Well, of course, Nikita, my next question is to Rajesh, who continues to join me on this bulletin. Of course, Trump has not just slapped an additional 25%, he has also threatened to impose additional secondary sanctions on India. Of course, as the world continues to watch now, where does US President Donald Trump will do next? Of course, he is now making headlines for his knee-jerk reactions. And at this point, with him threatening an additional imposition of a secondary sanction, India is all set for a rebuttal.
Look, he has not just done this to India. He has done it to several countries. He has done this to Brazil. He has done this to European Union. He has done to every country. In fact, if you see reactions from the leaders of various countries around the world, he has kind of alienated everybody. And that's typical Trump. He does that, he applies the pressure, and then he releases a little bit so that the country feels relieved. So what is going to happen next? India has kept its options right now to itself. It has not revealed its cards so till now how it's going to retaliate. But if it goes beyond 50%, then it becomes very difficult for India to export anything to US. And it's a very important part of Indian economy. Though Indian economy is not totally export-oriented just like China's, but still it's a very important setback for India. So there will be backdoor negotiations right now going on between American officials and Indian officials. And as I said, a lot depends on the ceasefire deadline which President Trump has set for the Russians. If there is a ceasefire, which is unlikely to happen, but if it happens, things may change drastically. These tariffs may even go down. But if they stay at 50% and if there are additional penalties, then for India, it's a very, very tough situation right now. And it will certainly push India closer to Russia and China.
Well, of course, Rajesh, thank you very much for getting us those updates, Rajesh and Nikita. We will continue to come back to you. We are closely tracking the story that is making headlines. Viewers, moving on to another big story that we are tracking now. The National Conference has launched a sharp attack on the US President Donald Trump. They've accused him of dragging the world into a trade war with sweeping tariff hikes and provocative rhetoric. Now, NC is calling Donald Trump's approach unacceptable. The NC has also said that there is no way that India will succumb to the pressure tactics of the West. In fact, that is the big news that we are tracking, ladies and gentlemen. The National Conference has backed the center stake. In fact, they have made it very, very clear that India will not be succumbing to these pressure tactics and the strong arming of the West. And they have, in fact, accused Donald Trump of dragging the world into a trade war. Listen in to what Sheikh Bashir of NC had to say.
ट्रंप इस वक्त पूरी दुनिया के अंदर ट्रेड वार की तरफ जा रहा है और ये जो ट्रेड वार है इसके कॉन्सिक्वेंसेस क्या होंगे आने वाला वक्त बताएगा। लेकिन जिस अंदाज से ट्रंप बात कर रहा है तो मैं समझता हूँ कि ये होना नहीं चाहिए। पिछले कुछ अरसे से कभी 25, कभी 50, कभी धौंस, कभी दबाव, तो लगता है कि सारी दुनिया ट्रंप की गुलाम है मुझे लगता है कि सब देशों को इकट्ठा होकर उसको जवाब देना चाहिए और हिंदुस्तान को भी अपने दम खम से उसको जवाब देना चाहिए और किसी झांसे में नहीं आना चाहिए।
कोई दो राय नहीं है, ख़ास तौर पर नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी के प्रति जो आम जनता का भाव है, उनके मन में जो आम जनता के लिए एक समर्पण का भाव है, ये मानकर चलिए कि प्रधानमंत्री जी ने प्रधानमंत्री बनने के बाद ही कहा था कि ये मेरी सरकार जो है मात्र शक्ति द्वारा चुनी गई सरकार है, किसानों द्वारा चुनी गई सरकार है, आम जनता द्वारा, नौजवानों द्वारा चुनी गई सरकार है। और उन सब के हक के लिए देश के प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा था, समय समय पर हम लोगों के ध्यान में रहना चाहिए कि हर वक्त उन्होंने कहा है कि इनके सम्मान के लिए जो भी उचित होगा देश के प्रधानमंत्री जी करेंगे। और आज लगातार से हर एक समाज के तबके को लेकर, चाहे वो किसान है, चाहे वो मछुआरे हैं, चाहे वो मातृशक्ति है, चाहे वो नौजवान है, उनके लिए वो कर रहे हैं। और प्रधानमंत्री जी ने हमेशा से कहा है देश का हित उनके लिए सर्वोपरि है। यही भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सोच है। हमारे लिए अपनी पार्टी बाद में है और मैं बिल्कुल अंत में हूँ। इसी सोच के साथ और हम लोग देश के प्रधानमंत्री जी के साथ शाना बशाना खड़े हैं। देश के हित में जो भी वो कार्य करेंगे, भारतीय जनता पार्टी का हर एक कार्यकर्ता जो है उनके साथ खड़ा है।
All right, time to slip into a very, very short break. On the other side, National Security Advisor Ajit Doval holds key meetings with senior Russian officials. Big setback for Justice Yashwant Varma. SC dismisses his plea, calls it not maintainable. We'll be tracking this and a lot more. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, रंग दे ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian economy has been the fastest growing G20 economy for 8 of the last 11 years. And those are the only 8 in the last 77 years during which India has been the largest, has been the fastest growing economy among the G20. So during the years that Rahul Gandhi's family ruled India, India's per capita income was declining relative to the rest of the world. Just listen to that. The average
Amity is proud to announce the commencement of its 12th university in India, Amity University, Hyderabad. At the prime location of AeroCity Hyderabad Airport, has a strong focus on high-end research with brilliant students and distinguished faculty who share our mission to change the world together. To apply for this year's session, visit amity.edu/Hyderabad.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा, मसाला।
Mujawar has been a part of the ATS team that investigated this Malegaon case, and what he has to say today is explosive. He's breaking the silence. Mahmood Mujawar ji, thank you. शुक्रिया हमारे साथ बातचीत करने के लिए. First of all, आपको ये फैसला आज सुन के क्या लगा? Do you think justice has finally been done in the case?
A very good afternoon, viewers. It's 1:30 and you're watching Republic TV. And Republic has done it again, viewers. From morning to midnight across all time bands, Republic is India's undisputed #1 channel. Your choice when it comes to the quickest breaking and most accurate analysis. No landing, no manipulation, just total domination. 78% during Arnab prime time alone. And the nation has chosen. Republic leads, the rest are left in the dust. Continue supporting us, and now let us get you the headlines that we're tracking at 1:30.
भारत अपने किसानों के, पशुपालकों के और मछुआरे भाई बहनों के हितों के साथ कभी भी समझौता नहीं करेगा.
PM Modi sends out a loud and clear message to Trump on tariff. Warning says India will never compromise on farmers' interests.
Indian officials have said that there are other countries that are buying Russian oil.
It's okay.
Like China, for instance,
It's
buying
okay.
more.
Yeah.
Why are you singling India out for these additional sanctions?
It's only been 8 hours. So let's see what happens over the next.
Sanctions
you're going to see a lot more.
So this is a taste of
You're going to see a lot more. You're going to see so much secondary sanction.
President Donald Trump threatens to impose secondary sanctions after slapping 50% tariffs on India. As Trump escalates tariff war on India, Congress continues to toe the US line. It's Indy versus India. National Security Advisor Ajit Doval in Moscow holds key meetings with senior Russian officials. Big setback for Justice Yashwant Varma. Supreme Court dismisses his plea, calls it not maintainable. And Republic continues to be undisputed #1 channel across the nation. India watches Arnab Goswami. First up, viewers, it's a big statement coming in from Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath. He says in Sambal that the Congress party was allegedly involved in orchestrating mass killings, while the Samajwadi Party, on the other hand, acted as its accomplice, as a partner in crime, working to cover up these crimes and protecting the perpetrators. It's a big charge coming in from Yogi Adityanath, the Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister, accusing the Congress of being responsible for mass killings in Sambal, and also, furthermore, he has gone on to say that SP, which is Congress's accomplice, is working to cover up these crimes and protect the perpetrators. Let's listen in to Yogi Adityanath.
याद करना संभल के साथ क्या नहीं हुआ आजादी के बाद भी, क्या नहीं पाप कांग्रेस और समाजवादी पार्टी ने किया. कांग्रेस यहां सामूहिक हत्या करवाती थी और समाजवादी पार्टी उनके चेले के रूप में उनके पाप पर पर्दा डालने का काम करती थी, हत्यारों को बचाने का काम करती थी. यही तो हुआ था संभल में, यही तो हुआ था आजादी के बाद में जो कत्लेआम हुए थे. क्योंकि अगर ये सच्चाई सामने आ जाती तो उनको वोट बैंक खिसकने का भय था. हम लोग वोट बैंक के लिए नहीं आए हैं, हम तो विरासत का संरक्षण करने के लिए आए हैं. वोट बैंक नहीं, विरासत का संरक्षण है.
We have Udit Raj joining us on the phone line. A very good afternoon to you, Mr. Udit Raj. Yogi Adityanath has said that the Congress is responsible for the mass killings, and what's more is that SP is helping Congress in covering up these crimes and also shielding the perpetrators. How do you respond to these remarks?
Had done, they think that the other parties had also done. What happened in Gujarat? Thousands of people were killed. It's they who killed. And not only they are indulged in murder and mass killing, and Congress, it's not Congress history and not Congress ideology to do like. And of course, Gandhi ji gave us the ideology. Our Congress ideology is non-violence and peace. It's the BJP ideology, and not only ideology, but they do practice also violence.
Also, Mr. Udit Raj, as far as Congress's response was concerned to the Sambal violence, they said that it was a politically orchestrated one. But if you look at, the faces behind Sambal violence, it is the SP and MLA's son that has come to light. And how do you look at this particular situation in the aftermath, now that Yogi Adityanath is accusing not just Congress, but even the SP?
You see, in all communal riots, none other than RSS people who were involved. What happened in Muzaffarnagar? They orchestrated that violence, Hindu, Jat and Muslim. As a result, many were killed. So what happened that no communal riots or mass killing ever happened after independence without conspiracy done by RSS. So it's they who fuel to the fire.
Right, Mr. Udit Raj, thank you for joining me with your opinions. Well, that was the Congress leader Udit Raj saying that it is all orchestrated by the Saffron outfit. And we also have Abbas Haider also joining us, an SP spokesperson. A very good afternoon to you, Mr. Haider. Yogi Adityanath has accused your party of shielding the perpetrators and also indulging in cover-up to the crimes, to the mass killings done by Congress as per UPCM.
Well, these are the old tactics of Bharatiya Janata Party. If Mr. Yogi Adityanath is not able to control the law and order situation in Uttar Pradesh, he should rather resign and surrender the law and order, the government of Uttar Pradesh, and the opposition will take care of it well. These are the old tactics of Bharatiya Janata Party. They, in spite of doing decisive action against the culprit, they always try to, do blame game in every this type of, incidents. Initially, they used to say there has been no crime in UP, there have been no communal riot in UP, but this is the real situation in Uttar Pradesh. In fact, the real question arises here is that who gets benefit out of the communal riot? It is only Bharatiya Janata Party who has used communal violence for their divisive politics, for their agenda of divisive politics, of communal politics, and this has helped Bharatiya Janata Party to gain power many times, which the country has seen. Now, I think Mr. Adityanath should focus on the law and order situation in Uttar Pradesh instead of giving such statements.
Right, Mr. Abbas Haider, thank you for joining us with your statements. Well, that was SP spokesperson demanding the resignation of Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister. Let's once again listen in to what Yogi Adityanath said on Sambal violence.
याद करना संभल के साथ क्या नहीं हुआ आजादी के बाद भी, क्या नहीं पाप कांग्रेस और समाजवादी पार्टी ने किया। कांग्रेस यहां सामूहिक हत्या करवाती थी और समाजवादी पार्टी उनके चेले के रूप में उनके पाप पर पर्दा डालने का काम करती थी, हत्यारों को बचाने का काम करती थी। यही तो हुआ था संभल में, यही तो हुआ था आजादी के बाद में जो कत्लेआम हुए थे। क्योंकि अगर ये सच्चाई सामने आ जाती तो उनको वोट बैंक खिसकने का भय था। हम लोग वोट बैंक के लिए नहीं आए हैं, हम तो विरासत का संरक्षण करने के लिए आए हैं, वोट बैंक नहीं, विरासत का संरक्षण है।
Moving on, viewers, a day after Republic confronted Christian Michel, the key cog in the Augusta Westland case, the middleman in the Augusta Westland case. We have now spoken to CBI's counsel, Advocate DP Singh, on the entire matter and also the way ahead in this particular matter. Let's listen into that exclusive conversation.
This he has said even in his disclosures to the agencies. And he says that because he thinks that he got his money in Italy, he did his initial meetings with Orsi and Spagnolini and others in Italy. So therefore it is a Italy corruption and it has nothing to do with India. What he doesn't realize is that he has also stated the following. One, that he was in India, he was here, he had hired a staff, he was reporting the file movements, he was also trying to manipulate the file movements, he was also trying to manipulate for garnering support for Augusta Westland all along while he was in India. He had a full-fledged office. Then there is so much of evidence that how the money that he got, ultimately he got that money in Dubai. Agreement, which is also a part of record with Hashke, who was the other middleman. And that middleman and that meeting and the inter-se agreement of spoils, that took place in Italy. The meetings with the Augusta Westland top management happened in Italy is one part of the case.
Point that he was granted bail by the Supreme Court in the year 2018 in February, and in March this year, of course, when it comes to the ED case by the Delhi High Court on March 4. What after that? I mean, of course, you have been dealing with this case. You are the one who has submitted the the petition.
18, he was never granted bail. 18, he was brought to India.
I'm talking about February 18 this year. He was granted.
February 18, 2025, never said this year, sorry. So 2025 he has been granted bail. He is not granting of bail is one step to come out of the jail. The other is to submit the bail bonds, which is entirely dependent on him. It is not the prosecution or the court does not come into play in that. So he has not submitted bail bonds, which means he does not want to come out. He does not choose to come out for whatever reasons that is best known to him. He keeps saying one or the other things, tries to scandalize, tries to say incoherent things. But I think that is a part of his strategy.
Where does this case stand now? Now that he has also appealed the court that he's not safe, to go out of India.
See, there are two things. In 2007, there is something called there is a 207 proceedings. The entire relied upon documentation has been given. Now, with regard to some devices and other things, all these councils make a hue and cry every time and not letting this case to proceed to the next stage.
In fact, Chandrakala is joining us live on this broadcast. Chandrakala, the biggest admission in the Augusta Westland case came yesterday when we confronted Christian Michel, the key middleman who carried out, as per the CBI's allegations, he was the one who manipulated the files, manipulated the dealings. What's the way forward, Chandrakala? You spoke to the counsel of the CBI. Tell us more.
Well, the fact that, of course, the CBI's counsel advocate DP Singh has just spoken to me, and the fact that he has yesterday what Christian Michel has admitted that the corruption happened in Italy and not in India is something not new. He has admitted this in front of the agencies as well, and now the counsel head, the counsel advocate DP Singh has made it clear that this conspiracy did happen in India. The impact of this conspiracy did happen in India. Not only in India, there are different jurisdictions where this entire conspiracy has come to limelight. Of course, it starts from Italy to Dubai to Maldives and to India. The fact that he was running an office here in India where he has hired a staff and he was into some kind of manipulation as far as the file movement is concerned, and he was also trying to manipulate for garnering support for the Augusta Westland while he was in India. And the fact that it was the Prime primary fact is that the contract, which actually says that there has been no middleman in such kind of deal. There is no such middleman that is not required in this kind of deal. And yes, the CBI's counsel advocate has made it clear that, of course, this is one such biggest conspiracy, and there are a lot of elements that will come to limelight as when this trial happens. And of course, he will not be, as far his pleading for guilty is concerned, he should not be released on few grounds. And we are looking forward to this case where the trial must happen, and this would be the biggest international such conspiracy. Over to you.
Right, Chandrakala, stay on with me. In fact, viewers, let's bring you that sequence with Christian Michel, where he makes the big admission of corruption, 7 pointed questions, one explosive interview that no other channel has. Let's play that out.
So Mr. Michel, can you please, since the start of this investigation, there has been mention about bribing the intermediaries and certain politicians and bureaucrats. So who were those people? Can you give some names?
Well, let me tell you, there's no corruption that took place in India. And I was very much aware of everything. There was no corruption in India. The corruption took place in Italy. It's an Italian political affair. It's got nothing to do with India.
But the faxes and emails from that time suggest that you were in contact with certain bureaucrats and intermediaries here in India. You had spoken to CCS appointed spokesmen as well.
I tell you what, those emails and those faxes all came from Hashki, who created them, and he's admitted it in court that he lied, and he won't come here because he can't give any evidence because he's been lying, and that's why everybody got discharged and exonerated in the Italian Supreme Court, because there is not any corruption took place in India. It all happened in Italy.
So is it true that there was some form of communication with regards to eliminating the competition back then to secure this deal with India?
Only in a legal way. There was no.
Because you have mentioned about that in your emails, and with that. Were you in touch with the Gandhi family?
Absolutely not.
Madam, please.
Not in any way. Sir, those who allegedly paid bribe are accused in the case.
Sir, those who have been named in the case, have you ever spoken to anyone?
No.
Any accused here?
No.
Madam, please.
Nor did they take any bribe.
So any names, any intermediaries you were ever in contact with?
Not in India.
Moving on, a senior Kremlin official has said that Russia and the US have agreed to hold a meeting between Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin in the coming days. This is a big breaking news that we are tracking. And amid tariff war, Trump to hold talks with Putin face to face. And Russia has agreed to this meeting. The US had requested for this particular meeting. In fact, they had also requested for Trump, Putin, Zelensky, but Kremlin hasn't really responded to that arrangement. But what we understand is that a face-to-face meeting between Donald Trump and President Putin is expected to happen very, very, very soon. We have Chandrakala joining us. Chandrakala, the very nation Putin is punishing, Donald Trump is punishing others for trading with, is now warming up to him, asking him to meet him face to face. Tell us more about this scoop that we have gathered from Russia.
Is absolutely a crucial meeting. Of course, now that Donald Trump has hinted towards meeting President Putin in Russia as well as Ukrainian President Zelensky. Now that the Kremlin, President Putin himself has not confirmed to his meeting, of course, but Zelensky had made clear that there will be a meeting taking place. Also coming at a time, this meeting is taking place at a time when Trump's tariff threat has sent shock waves across the whole world. Of course, now that we have seen the highest tariff being on India. And meanwhile, I would like to mention that National Security Advisor of India, Ajit Doval, is in Moscow to hold talks. He'll be meeting the high officials here in Moscow. So yes, a very crucial meeting at this point of time. Also, Trump is meeting President Putin, where just after 4 years, and also comes at a time where he has been claiming that he would be the one. He's the one who would be getting ceasefire done between Ukraine and Russia. And Zelensky, during his address last night, has clearly pointed out that Russia is now more committed to a ceasefire, and the pressure is on them. So yes, a very crucial meeting as far as the ceasefire between Russia and Ukraine is concerned, and also coming at a time where at a time of tariff, and of course NSA Doval is going to meet few high officials. As per sources, there will be high official meeting between NSA Doval.
Chandrakala, if you could help our viewers understand the timing of this particular meeting. You know, NSA Doval is there, Witkoff, Trump's main man, is there, and now Donald Trump is all set to meet Putin as well. Is he trying to, disturb this particular arrangement, this engagement that India and Russia are having right now by saying that, okay, now, you know what, let's meet face to face between Trump and Putin?
Yes, of course, that would be that would be one such thing that we can definitely assume, because it's very unpredictable when it comes to Trump, because we have seen his actions in the recent past. Of course, now the tariff and Russia has made it clear that, of course, our relationship. The relationship in India stands strong, no matter how, no matter what the tariff is or what kind of tariff is being imposed by Donald Trump. Russia has made clear that our relationship with India stands strong. But yes, of course, this meeting comes at a very, very crucial time. Donald Trump visiting Russia at the same time. Indian NSA Doval is also in Moscow. This could be an attempt to disturb the meeting, but he has all eyes on these particular meetings, which is underway. And of course, we look forward to it. Over to you.
Right, Chandrakala, thank you for joining us with those details. Now shifting our focus quickly to Prime Minister Narendra Modi as he inaugurated the MS Swaminathan Centenary International Conference in New Delhi today. And the Prime Minister also addressed the gathering and conferred the first MS Swaminathan Award for Food and Peace. The theme of the conference, Evergreen Revolution, the Pathway to Biohappiness, reflected Professor MS Swaminathan's lifelong dedication to ensure food for all. Here's a quick report.
प्रोफेसर MS स्वामीनाथन ऐसे ही महान वैज्ञानिक थे, मां भारती के सपूत थे। उन्होंने विज्ञान को जन सेवा का माध्यम बनाया। देश की खाद्य सुरक्षा को, फूड सिक्योरिटी को उन्होंने अपने जीवन का ध्येय बना लिया। मैं आप सभी को स्वामीनाथन जन्म शताब्दी समारोह की शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। साथियों, आज 7 अगस्त नेशनल हैंडलूम डे भी है। पिछले 10 सालों में हैंडलूम सेक्टर को देश भर में नई पहचान और ताकत मिली है।
It's time for a quick break, viewers. On the other side, we'll tell you about day 3 of rescue operations in Uttarkashi, tracking all the latest developments and the visuals on the other side. Stay tuned.
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी। इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा। रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
The Indian economy has been the fastest growing G20 economy for 8 of the last 11 years. And those are the only 8 in the last 77 years, during which India has been the largest, has been the fastest growing economy among the G20. So during the years that Rahul Gandhi's family
Two notorious criminals involved in the killing of a journalist were gunned down in an encounter with the joint team of Noida and Sitapur police in late last night. The shootout took place in Pisawan area where the duo sustained serious bullet injuries. They were rushed to the community health center and later referred to the district hospital in Sitapur where doctors declared them dead during treatment. A 26-year-old youth was brutally murdered by 4 assailants at a bar and restaurant in Mandya of Karnataka. The shocking attack, carried out using a dagger and knife, was captured on CCTV, revealing the violent assault. The accused are suspected to be known to the victim. A manhunt has been launched to nab the attackers. AIADMK leader Edappadi K. Palaniswamy received an enthusiastic welcome with victory slogans echoing across Tamil Nadu as he addressed supporters with confidence about the party's prospects. Taking a sharp dig at the ruling DMK, he likened their governance to a modern monarchy that views people from a palace, asserting that in 2026 it will be AIADMK's people-centric rule. Enforcement Directorate conducted raids at 8 locations across 3 states, targeting a massive 730 crore rupees fake GST input tax credit scam involving shell companies and fraudulent billings. The action marks a major escalation in the probe into elaborate tax evasion networks exploiting fake trade documents and bogus claims. Moving on, the Joint Security Forces have once again recovered a large cache of arms and ammunition from Chatru area in Jammu and Kashmir's Kishtwar. AK series rifles, ammunitions, magazines and binoculars have been recovered by the army. Here's a quick report.
In a constant attempt to neutralize terror in Jammu and Kashmir, the Joint Security Forces have conducted a huge search operation in the forest region. And in the latest, the forces have recovered a huge cache of arms and ammunition from Chatru area in Kishtwar. AK series rifles, magazine and a binocular has been seized by the Joint Security Forces. Chatru area in Kishtwar has seen multiple encounters in the last 1 year as the Jaish-e-Mohammed has been quite active in the dense region. Indian Army as well as the Kishtwar police is conducting a large-scale operation in the forest of Chatru to capture the active JAM terrorist. In the last few days, multiple wins for the forces were seen as they successfully thwarted several attempts of infiltration and terror. Meanwhile, a gun battle continues between the security forces and terrorists in Kulgam for the last 7 days, where at least 1 terrorist has been killed.
It's time for a quick break, viewers. On the other side, PM Narendra Modi has sent out a loud and clear message to Donald Trump on tariff attacks. Says India will never compromise on farmers' interests. Along with that, we'll also get you the latest from Kremlin as National Security Advisor Ajit Doval holds key meetings with senior Russian officials. Stay tuned for more on the other side.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा प्योर मसाला
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया सफेद चने या काले चने
सब कुछ मजेदार बने
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरी राजा प्योर मसाला
Mujawar has been a part of the ATS team that investigated this Malegaon case, and what he has to say today is explosive. He's breaking the silence. Mahmood Mujawar ji, thank you. शुक्रिया हमारे साथ बातचीत करने के लिए. First of all, आपको ये फैसला आज सुन के क्या लगा? Do you think justice has finally been done in the case, Mujawar ji?
बहुत अच्छा लगा सर, कहीं तो न्याय हो गया.
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो.
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात. मसाला
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome, you're watching live and breaking at 2 p.m. I am Tanisha Avasthi. Viewers, Republic has done it again. From morning to midnight, across all time bands, Republic is India's undisputed #1 channel. Your choice when it comes to quickest breaking and most accurate analysis. No landing, no manipulation, just total domination. 78% during Arnab's prime time, all alone. The nation has chosen. Republic leads, the rest are just left in the dust. Continue supporting us, viewers, and now let us get you the headlines.
भारत अपने किसानों के, पशुपालकों के और मछुआरे भाई बहनों के हितों के साथ कभी भी समझौता नहीं करेगा.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi sends a loud and clear message to Trump on tariff war, says India will never compromise on farmers' interest.
Indian officials have said that there are other countries that are buying Russian oil.
It's okay.
Like China, for instance,
It's okay.
buys more.
Yeah.
Why are you singling India out for these additional sanctions?
It's only been 8 hours. So let's see what happens over the next.
Sanctions.
You're going to see a lot more.
So this is a taste of
You're going to see a lot more. You're going to see so much secondary sanction.
After escalating the tariff war, Donald Trump now threatens of imposing secondary sanctions after slapping 50% tariffs on India. As Donald Trump escalates tariff war on India, Congress continues to toe the United States line. It's Indy versus India. National Security Advisor Ajit Doval is in Moscow. He will be holding key meetings with the top Russian diplomats. Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath's big allegation on Congress and the Samajwadi Party says both the parties were allegedly involved in orchestrating mass killings in Sambhal. It's a big setback for Justice Yashwant Varma. The Supreme Court has dismissed his plea that has questioned the inquiry panel's report. The Supreme Court called Varma's plea not maintainable. And Republic continues to be the undisputed #1 channel across the nation. India watches Arnab Goswami. big breaking news that's coming in. India has officially paused the procurement of 6 additional Boeing P-8I maritime patrol aircraft as of August 2025. The move, remember, comes nearly hours after a 50% tariff hike, was given by the United States President Donald Trump that was influenced by a 25% United States tariff on Indian exports. The pause is a part of a broader review of the big-ticket defense procurements amid cost pressures, geopolitical tension, and a push for strategic autonomy. This is a big move that has been taken as far as India-United States deal are concerned. India has officially paused the procurement of 6 additional Boeing P-8I maritime patrol aircraft as of August 2025. The move comes after a nearly 50% price hike influenced by a 25% United States tariff on Indian exports. And this, remember, is a big message that India is sending to the Donald Trump government, saying that India will not budge, and thereby slowly yet steadily cancelling and pausing the key deals that India has had with the United States. Ishan, my colleague, is joining me live from the national capital on that. Ishan, what are the kind of repercussions that this pausing of the deal is going to have for both the countries, India and the United States?
The P-8I Poseidon aircraft is basically a maritime patrol aircraft. It gives India the ability to keep a Hawkeye view on the the Arabian Ocean and the Bay of Bengal. These aircrafts are basically submarine hunters and also have capabilities of looking under the ocean. We have already procured 12 P-8I aircraft, and we were going to procure 6 more for operational abilities. The pausing of this deal will not majorly hamper the Indian operations. However, the availability of these aircraft would have made it better, but pausing of this aircraft will give opportunity to India explore other options with other countries as well.
Right, Ishan, one more question before I let you go. Are we also looking forward to cancelling the deal, because the so far talks have been about just pausing the deal as far as the P-8I maritime aircraft are concerned? Are we also looking forward to cancel the deal, keeping in mind how Donald Trump is trying to be the big daddy and he is imposing and escalating the tariff war on India?
Right now, there is no news of cancelling. These talks had been finalized for procurement of 6 additional aircrafts in August. After the procurement of these aircrafts were to be started, however, the talks have now been paused. There are talks of pausing other major big-ticket items that are being procured from the United States as well, but there is no talk of cancellation yet. However, this is a developing story, and we will update you as soon as any other new information comes in.
Right. Ishan, also talk to us about the significance of this P-8I maritime aircraft that we are talking about here. The deal has been paused, and like you were saying, it's not going to have a huge impact on India. But what were these 6 aircrafts being used for? All right, Ishan, before I take that question with you, I'm also being joined by... All right, I'm also being joined by Air Vice Marshal P.K. Srivastava. Thank you very much, sir, for speaking to Republic. This is a huge news break that we have. Just hours after Donald Trump escalated tariff war, India has now said that the deal that India had with the United States of procuring 6 aircrafts, the P-8I maritime aircraft, will now be paused. Your first reaction on that?
I think this is a kind of strategic maneuvering by India, that if you put that kind of illogical, irrational, and not understandable tariff on India, then India has to strategically, align itself with its own interest, national interest. This deal is a very big one. It's about $3.6 billion. And that deal has been paused. As I understand, it's not been cancelled. So pause is also a signal that we need to recalibrate ourselves as to how we want to proceed with our relationship in Trump administration. Because Trump administration has given us so many jolts which were not expected, not understood. And in the light that he's been, cajoling, coaxing and keeping and cuddling Pakistan, who's supposed to be one of our adversaries with whom we fought the recent this thing, and has bin raising, all kinds of terrorist activities on the soil of India. and has been, dragging India into all kinds of controversies. So I think it is one of those moments when a nation takes a pause and thinks about what are my options. And in the background of that now, PM Modi is visiting, China and Russia. So we'll have to see how it goes about. So I think this pause is worth it, and let's think about it. And as a nation, let's grapple with the situation as it is emerging.
Absolutely. Air Vice Marshal Preeti Srivastava, thank you very much for speaking to Republic, sharing those insights. Ishan, I would like to thank you as well for getting us those details. Moving quickly across to some other breaking news that's coming in. The Board of Control for Cricket in India, the BCCI, will be out of the provisions of the Right to Information Act, the RTI, after the government introduced amendments to the National Sports Governance Bill. The bill has been tabled in the Parliament, and we learned that the Sports Ministry gave provision of the RTI Act, according to which only bodies that are substantially financed by the government will be defined as a public authority. The government is all set to introduce the bill. The sources have now said that BCCI will be out of the RTI Act. What repercussions do we have on that? That is to be seen. But the huge news break that we have right now is that the BCCI will be out of the RTI Act. The centre has introduced the amendment in the Parliament already. The Parliament is supposed to discuss this in the coming days. And this, remember, comes just days after the news of India playing Pakistan. It remains to be seen on if this move in any way is connected to India playing Pakistan or not, and the furor over the Asia Cup. The BCCI will be out of the RTI Act. The centre has introduced the amendment in Sports Bill. This is going to be introduced in the Parliament also, I believe. Sources have now said that BCCI will not be included in the RTI Act. The Board of Control for Cricket in India will be out of the provisions of the Right to Information. And after the government has introduced amendments to the National Sports Governance Bill, the bill has been tabled in the Parliament already. The Sports Ministry, it is learned, gave provision of the RTI Act, according to which only bodies that are substantially financed by the government will be defined as public authority. As per the amendments brought to the bill that was tabled in the Parliament on July 23 during the ongoing monsoon session, the sports federation which function on the government grants and assistance will fall under the RTI Act. The new changes mean the BCCI, which does not depend on the government grant, will be out of the RTI provisions. The BCCI likely to be kept out of the RTI Act. A para now omitted in the National Sports Bill that would have brought all sports federations, including the BCCI, under the RTI read that a recognized sports organizations shall be considered as a public authority under the Right to Information Act 2005 with respect to the exercise of its functions, duties and powers under this act. However, we learned that a critical para, it is learned, has been knocked out after the amendment, and that would eventually mean the BCCI won't be under the RTI Act in its totality. The Board of Control for Cricket in India has functioned independently, but the National Sports Governance Bill that was introduced in Lok Sabha brought the Indian Cricket Board under the bounds of the proposed National Sports Board. The bill intends to bring more prominence to the national sports federations and improve the way in which they operate by bringing in more transparency. As per latest developments, the BCCI will continue to function as an autonomous body. Himanshu, my colleague, is joining me live from the digital news floor on that. Himanshu, what are the repercussions? What does it mean when we say that the BCCI has been kept out of the RTI Act?
Well, Tanisha, in the earlier amendment, in the earlier bill, National Sports Bill, the BCCI would have fallen under RTI Act. However, we are learning now that a new amendment has been introduced which actually omits the old one, redefining what public authority actually means or what public public body actually means. So that now means that a body which is substantially, the word here is substantially financed by government, will only qualify as public authority. Now that means we all know that BCCI, being the world's richest body, one of the world's richest sporting body, and obviously the richest cricketing body, will not need government funds. So that means that if you want to file an RTI application to know what BCCI, how BCCI has allotted its tenders, how BCCI is deciding his or taking calls on team selection or whatever be it will not be under the purview of Right to Information Act. So that's the big news coming in. Is the bill now, the amendment now, it seems that has been specially designed. It looks like that it has been designed to keep BCCI out of it.
Thank you very much for getting us those details. Quickly moving across to some other breaking news that's coming in. This one is from Patna, where we learned that there are protests being held, and this is in regard with the STET exam. The students are holding this protest in Patna. There is massive chaos on roads. The roads have already been blocked. The Bihar STET 2025 result delay has sparked a massive protest in Patna.
स्टेट हो गया वो तो पात्रता परीक्षा हो गया, उसके थ्रू हम लोग का लिया जाता है एग्जाम। वो जो बोले हैं वो मान जाए। 26,000 कंप्यूटर टीचर का बात किए थे, चिल्ला के विधानसभा में शिक्षा मंत्री सबको किए थे, अभी तक कुछ पता नहीं है। एलईटी लाइब्रेरियन का बोले तो कुछ नहीं पता।
सर जब स्टेट ही नहीं करवाया जाएगा तो हम लोग टीआरई 4 में कैसे बैठेंगे? सरकार
इस आंदोलन को रोक देंगे, लेकिन देखिए क्या हुआ। इनके लाठीचार्ज करने से हम लोग मुख्यमंत्री आवास की तरफ 2 कदम और आगे आ चुके हैं। ये लाठीचार्ज करें, हम और आगे पहुंच के रहेंगे। हम लोग मुख्यमंत्री आवास तक, अगर मुख्यमंत्री से कोई आश्वासन नहीं मिलेगा तो मर जाएंगे। पुलिस हमको लाठीचार्ज मार दे या गोली से मार दे, लेकिन हम लोग मुख्यमंत्री आवास तक पहुंच कर रहेंगे तो रहेंगे।
तो ये छात्र हैं, काफ़ी उग्र हैं, आंदोलित हैं स्टेट परीक्षा को लेकर कराने के लिए। इनकी मांगे हैं कि कई छात्रों को बार बार मौका दिया जा रहा है, इन लोगों को एक बार भी मौका नहीं दिया जा रहा है। इसको लेकर ये धरना प्रदर्शन पे है। पुलिस ने लाठियाँ चलाई हैं, देखना है कि आगे क्या होता है। डगबगला चौराहा पर ये लोग गोलबंद हो चुके हैं और उग्र हैं। पुलिस प्रशासन भी कड़ी व्यवस्था अपनाई हुई है। बैक टू यू।
All right, so that was Prakash reporting live from Patna. This is a protest that is being held in Patna regarding the state teacher eligibility test results. There are massive protests that has erupted in Patna as hundreds of Bihar STET, that is the state teacher eligibility test students and candidates have gathered outside the Bihar School Examination Board office demanding immediate release of the results. The protests have been driven by the viral hashtag Release STET. Over to you, Prakash.
देखिए पुलिस व्यवस्था भी है यहाँ पर और काफ़ी संख्या में पुलिस बल मौजूद है। देखिए छात्र यहाँ पर धरना प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं।
हम लोग सर एस्टेट के लिए यहाँ पे आंदोलन कर रहे हैं जी। ये आंदोलन तब तक जारी रहेगा जब तक हम लोग को एस्टेट का नोटिफिकेशन माननीय मुख्यमंत्री के द्वारा एक ट्वीट कर दीजिए, हम लोग शांतिपूर्ण ढंग से आंदोलन खत्म कर देंगे। हम लोग को
सीएम से हम सरकार से नौकरी नहीं मांग रहे हैं, बस सरकार से हम पात्रता परीक्षा मांग रहे हैं।
नौकरी नहीं मांग रहे हैं, ये बाहरी सरकार से हम नौकरी नहीं मांग रहे हैं सर।
शांतिपूर्ण से मांग कर रहे थे और बिहार सरकार ने लाठी चार्ज कर दिया।
शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से मांग कर रहे थे, लेकिन वहाँ पर एकाएक पुलिस आकर के लाठी मारना शुरू कर दिया, जिसमें 2 लड़का का मतलब हालत पूरा गंभीर है, उसको हॉस्पिटल ले गया है। नहीं घटना वहाँ पर बैठ के हम लोग आंदोलन करते करते मर भी जाएंगे ना, तो वहाँ पर देखने के लिए कोई नहीं आएगा। वहाँ पर कोई नहीं, सिर्फ नाम
काम कीजिएगा तब।
स्टेट में जो है सर 1-2 लाख नहीं है, 10 लाख छात्र है। 10 लाख छात्र जो है गांव में जा करके नीतीश कुमार का विरोध करेंगे और लगभग 1 से 2 करोड़ वोट नीतीश कुमार का घटेगा, समझे ना। तो नीतीश कुमार का ही घटा है, इसमें लड़का का घटा नहीं है। अगर स्टेट नहीं निकालते हैं तो नीतीश कुमार
डोमिसाइल लागू हो गया है, डोमिसाइल लागू हो गया है, इसलिए हम लोग खुश है। लेकिन डोमिसाइल लागू हो गया, उस भर्ती में हम लोग बैठे नहीं पाएंगे तो क्या हम लोग को फायदा मिलेगा। इसलिए हम लोग का मांग है कि स्टेट और बीटेट का आयोजन करिए और हम लोग को भी मौका दीजिए।
देख रही हैं छात्र आंदोलित हैं, ये कह रहे हैं कि मुख्यमंत्री आवास तक जाना है। अब देखना है कि पुलिस कब तक संयम बरतती है और पुलिस का रुख क्या होता है।
सर नहीं बोलेंगे, सर को आज ऐसी नहीं है बोलने का।
कौन ये होंगे ये प्रोटेस्ट?
देखते हैं समय के अनुसार कार्रवाई की जाएगी।
ये बोल रहे हैं कि सीएम से मिलना।
जो भी होगा, जो चैनल रहेगा, देखते हैं हम लोग क्या पॉसिबिलिटीज है।
लाठी चार्ज करवाया प्रोहिबिटरी एरिया में घुसने पर।
जो नियम के अनुसार कार्रवाई होगा वो हम लोग अग्रतर कार्रवाई करेंगे। अभी देखिए, प्रदर्शनकारियों का डेलीगेशन जा चुका है मुख्य सचिव जी के यहाँ, मिल भी लिया है। वो लोग वापस आ रहे हैं, वार्ता अच्छी हो गई है। अभी आकर वो
अच्छी हो गई।
ठीक।
ये थे पटना के एसडीओ और इन्होंने बयान दिया कि एक प्रदर्शनकारी का डेलीगेशन जो है मुख्य सचिव से मिल चुका है, वो लोग आ रहे हैं, वार्ता अच्छी हो चुकी है, ये कहना है एसडीओ पटना सदर का। अब देखना है कि आगे छात्रों का और एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन का रुख क्या होता है।
All right, that was Prakash getting us the live updates from Patna in Bihar, where candidates of the state teacher eligibility test are holding massive protests, demanding answers from the Nitish Kumar government over delay in results and demanding jobs. With that, we shift our focus to some other stories that we are tracking. And this is in regard with Putin and Trump's likable meeting that is going to be held in some hours from now. We learned that a senior Kremlin official has said that Russia and the United States have agreed to hold a meeting between Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin in the coming days. This, remember, meeting will be extremely crucial as far as we talk about Trump escalating tariffs on India, and the only reason that he cited was India buying Russian oil, which certainly cannot be one of the reasons, because European Union nations are the ones that are buying Russian oil at a very heavy price. So those nations are the first that should have been sanctioned. But according to Trump, he has imposed an additional 25% tariff on India, which now amounts to nearly 50%. And the reason that he has cited is about India buying Russian oil, and that India is aiding Russia in the Ukraine war in turn. That's the claim that Donald Trump has said. That's the reason that he has cited. But many say that India not allowing Donald Trump to take the ceasefire credit could be one of the reasons why Donald Trump is only escalating his tariff war on India. The United States President has imposed additional tariff on India by 25%, which now amounts to 50% total in overall. He issued an executive order imposing an additional 25% tariff on goods from India days after he issued a threat to New Delhi over its purchase of oil from Russia. Indian goods will now face tariffs up to 50% after Trump's latest move. Now, viewers, Trump has threatened to impose a secondary sanction on India. He says lots of secondary sanctions will be seen in the upcoming days. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister has also given a very strong and clear message to India, to Donald Trump, saying that the interest of the farmers is paramount. All right, Kunal Bakshi, a geopolitical expert from Japan, is joining us live on the broadcast on that. Kunal, thank you very much for speaking to Republic. How do you see this panning out? Donald Trump is trying to arm twist India, but India has made it very clear that we are unrelenting and we will not budge even an inch. What do you have to say on that?
Thank you. First of all, thank you for having me on the show. Regarding the recent 50% tariff on us, I think this is more of a retaliatory issue, because in the ongoing scenario, if you look at the backside of all what's going on with India negotiating a current free trade agreement with US, and on the sidelines after 7 odd years with China, now our Prime Minister would be visiting China as well. So that's news to the ears, and I think this is a big old propaganda issued by the Trump administration as usual. They have been doing this worldwide, day in, day out.
Right. Kunal, he's also not just escalated tariff war in India, but there are several other nations as well, which also includes Japan. How is Japan looking forward to counter the Trump's tariff? India has certainly made it clear. The Prime Minister himself gave a statement today that we will not compromise with the interests of the farmers. As far as we talk about Japan, how are they looking forward to counter Donald Trump's tariff threat?
Yes, Japan on being imposed firstly around 25% tariff like 2-3 months ago, and recently they have Trump has modified it to 15%. They were definitely shook up. I was reading all the newspapers, and every day the headlines consisted of what Trump's next action would be. So Japan as a society and as a collective society, how they think is very clear, and they do not believe in countermeasures as far as I know. So I don't assume they're going to do any countermeasures. They are going to be a soft target, like Trump said, like every other analyst might say. India was a soft target, but now it is not. But Japan, like since World War II, has always been a very easy negotiable country for US and a strong ally to them.
Thank you very much, Kunal, for sharing those details and insights with us. And before we slip into a short break, ladies and gentlemen, let's listen into that very strong statement that has come from the Prime Minister himself today, where he said that India is not willing to budge and the interest of the farmers is paramount. Will go to any extent, is what the Prime Minister says. Listen in.
हमारे लिए अपने किसानों का हित सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता है। भारत अपने किसानों के, पशुपालकों के और मछुआरे भाई बहनों के हितों के साथ कभी भी समझौता नहीं करेगा। और मैं जानता हूं व्यक्तिगत रूप से मुझे बहुत बड़ी कीमत चुकानी पड़ेगी, लेकिन मैं इसके लिए तैयार हूं। मेरे देश के किसानों के लिए, मेरे देश के मछुआरों के लिए, मेरे देश के पशुपालकों के लिए आज भारत तैयार है।
It's time for us to now slip into a short break. After the break, we'll get to the details of Yogi Adityanath's big statement on Congress and the Samajwadi Party, where he has blamed both the parties of orchestrating violence and killings in Sambhal. Also, after the break, getting into the details of the Supreme Court hearing that took place today. A big setback for Justice Yashwant Varma as his plea has been declined.
Amity is proud to announce the commencement of its 12th university in India, Amity University, Hyderabad. At the prime location of AeroCity Hyderabad Airport, has a strong focus on high-end research with brilliant students and distinguished faculty who share our mission to change the world together. To apply for this year's session, visit amity.edu/Hyderabad.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Mujawar has been a part of the ATS team that investigated this Malegaon case, and what he has to say today is explosive. He's breaking the silence. Mahmood Mujawar ji, thank you. शुक्रिया हमारे साथ बातचीत करने के लिए. First of all, आपको ये फैसला आज सुन के क्या लगा? Do you think justice has finally been done in the case, Mujawar ji?
बहुत अच्छा लगा सर, कहीं तो न्याय हो गया। और ये न्याय मिलाने के लिए जो आपने जद्दोजहद की, जो आपने कोशिश की, वो सही में काम आई सर। खास करके मैं निरंजन स्वामी का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ, जिन्होंने मेरा कोई तुम्हारे चैनल से कोई संबंध नहीं था, मगर मेरे को ढूंढ के निकाल के आपने अपने स्टूडियो में बुलाया था और बुला के मेरे को पूछ के सही तरीके से मेरा इंटरव्यू लिया था सर। उसका काम हो गया और अच्छा काम हुआ उसके अंदर।
now slip into a short break. Getting you the details after the break on Yogi's statement where he's made a big allegation on Congress Party and the Samajwadi Party over mass killings in Sambhal.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा राजा और मसाला
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
The Indian economy has been the fastest growing G20 economy for 8 of the last 11 years. And those are the only 8 in the last 77 years during which India has been the largest, has been the fastest growing economy among the G20. So during the years that Rahul Gandhi's family ruled India, India's per capita income was declining relative to the rest of the world. Just listen to that. The average income of an Indian was declining relative to the average income of every human on earth. That is a remarkably bad outcome for India to have had. If you want a dead economy, it is the Nehru.
भारत अपने किसानों के, पशुपालकों के और मछुआरे भाई बहनों के हितों के साथ कभी भी समझौता नहीं करेगा।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi sends a loud and clear message to Donald Trump on tariff, says India will never compromise on farmers' interests.
Officials have said that there are other countries that are buying Russian oil.
It's okay.
Like China, for instance,
It's
buying
okay.
more.
Yeah.
Why are you singling India out for these additional
It's
sanctions?
only been 8 hours, so let's see what happens over the next.
Sanctions
you're going
very
to see a lot
soon.
more.
So this is a taste of
You're
what's
going to
to
see a
come.
lot more. You're going to see so much secondary sanction.
Donald Trump threatens of imposing secondary sanctions now after slapping 50% tariffs on India. As Trump escalates tariff war on India, Congress continues to toe the US line. It's India versus India. National Security Advisor Ajit Doval to hold key meetings with senior Russian officials.
कांग्रेस यहां सामूहिक हत्या करवाती थी और समाजवादी पार्टी उनके चेले के रूप में उनके पाप पर पर्दा डालने का काम करती थी, हत्यारों को बचाने का काम करती थी।
A big allegation on Congress says the Congress party was allegedly involved in orchestrating mass killings in Sambhal. And big setback for Justice Yashwant Varma. The Supreme Court dismisses his plea, calls it not maintainable. And Republic continues to be the undisputed #1 channel across the nation. India watches Arnab Goswami. A very good afternoon, viewers. You're watching live and breaking now. I'm Rakshita Mishra with you. Opposition leaders have asked the government now on the sports bill. They have asked the government to send the bill to select committee. Government will be deciding on a committee decision next week after parliamentary party meeting. Breaking news coming in right now. Opposition asking the centre to send National Sports Bill to Select Committee. So there's a showdown over a sports bill in the Parliament, and centre will be finally taking a call. Of course, it'll take the final decision, the final call on the matter, on the panel's decision after parliamentary meeting. So this is regarding the sports bill, and this is, of course, another matter of face-off. Now, what the opposition has said, opposition has urged Lok Sabha Speaker to, in fact, refer the sports bill to joint parliamentary committee. In fact, we have more details coming in. Harsha, please tell us more about what's the reason behind the opposition that it has asked for a committee or it has asked for a joint committee of the parliament to further scrutinize this bill.
Harsha is not satisfied with the bill and the content of the bill. Party leaders, there are several amendments which to be done. At that time, this bill has to be sent to the select committee so that the amendments could be made, the clauses could be changed, and there could be some changes which could be added to the sports bill, that particular bill. In this case, the National Sports Bill, when it was introduced, today it was introduced by Mansukh Mandaviya, the minister. Several opposition leaders met Kiran Rijiju, met the minister and also the speaker, and clearly stated that this bill should be sent to the select committee or the standing amendment should be made. Larger discussion in the select committee should happen regarding. And after that, only this bill should be tabled for discussion. The discussion could not happen till the time there are amendments from the side of the select committee. And that is the reason. But the government will decide on sending it to select committee or standing committee, not now, but next week when the parliamentary party meeting will be called. In that meeting only it will be decided whether the opposition's demand should be accepted or not accepted. And then with the help of the speaker with the opposition party
leaders.
Yes,
Harsha, in fact, we have some breaking news coming in. Thank you, Harsha, for the moment on that update. Viewers, we have some breaking news coming in. This is in connection with the meeting in Moscow. Now, a senior Kremlin official has said that Russia and US have agreed to hold a meeting between Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin in the coming days. That's the breaking news we have right now. Kremlin sources say Putin and Trump could be meeting very, very soon. That's the breaking update we have right now. Remember, Trump's special advisor is in Moscow as well, and the ceasefire is also on the table, on the agenda as far as the talks between Moscow and Washington is concerned. So that's the inside scoop we are getting in. Kremlin sources tell us that Trump and Putin could be meeting in the coming days, and it has been finalized, what we understand, as per sources in Kremlin. And this is, of course, a very, very important development. We have special guest joining us, Asher Westrop Evans. He's a journalist based in Tel Aviv, joining us. It's an interesting development that has come in. Of course, there was a lot of talk and speculation about this meeting could be in the offing, but now we understand that it could soon become a reality. But what could have pushed this development?
Yeah, it certainly is interesting to see this meeting coming down the line. It seems that Trump is certainly interested in meeting with Russian President Putin and trying to square some sort of deal around what's going on in Ukraine. Obviously, also with these tariffs coming into play, we see the role of pressure that's being put on economically by Trump now going via India, of course, applying those additional tariffs down the line for the fact that India is continuing to buy Russian oil. So obviously there's an intent to squeeze the Russian economy, to put a little bit more pressure on Vladimir Putin and maybe get him to the negotiating table and say, look, here's the sort of pressure we can put on you, and this needs to be stopped so that Russia will slow down or end its ongoing war in Ukraine.
Right, that's of course a very, very important development, but we've seen a lot of back and forth, that has have been happening between the two countries, Asher. We've seen that, there's no certainty when, when such statements come out. We've always seen, Donald Trump suddenly will say something and he'll utter something and then it will again become a roadblock. Do you think this could be really, it could really have a smooth way to go ahead?
It's hard to say at this stage. I mean, it's been long a preference of US President Donald Trump to get face to face. You know, you saw this from his first administration when he, went to North Korea and met Kim Jong-un there. And, today, obviously, and when in the past when he met Russian President Vladimir Putin during his first term. Now, obviously, he's trying to recreate some of these big meetings, a bit of show, a bit of bombast, a little bit of excitement to try and see if he can move the needle and shift the reality on the ground, obviously in Eastern Europe, in Ukraine, but also across the world in terms of economic ties and tariffs, which are a clear focus of the Trump administration this time around. And as we're seeing with this increased pressure coming on countries such as India in order to try and grow economic ties with the US and cut some of those energy ties and economic ties with Russia, a lot of pressure being put down by Trump in order to change the status quo. That seems to be really his goal.
Right. In fact, we've seen that even Witkoff has expressed that there were the positive developments have been witnessed there. Now, what about NSA, India's National Security Advisor Ajit Doval, who's also going to hold talks with Russia in Moscow, and this is coming in the backdrop of the escalation between Donald Trump, between US and India. So what are you picking up? What is Moscow's viewpoint or Moscow's approach going to be like?
Yeah, well, this is an interesting one, and I won't be able to speculate on what's happening inside Moscow, but I will say it does indicate and suggest that there can be, if I can be a bit dramatic here, potentially a realigning or a shifting of some of the global alliances of the past. Now, India, obviously, for the last several years, if not decades, has been considered by many in the West to be a bulwark against Chinese or Russian aggression, and now it seems with this latest move, US President Donald Trump is working pretty hard to isolate India, maybe apply a bit more pressure on India and sort of maybe redirect the relationship somewhat. And we've seen already, as you said, from comments from senior Indian leaders and officials that India may be saying, all right, well, if you're going to apply this pressure, we will turn our alliances, our strengths and our focuses elsewhere in the world.
Yeah.
It has a lot to say for how things will play out across the West, the Middle East and the East for the next years to come.
Absolutely. All eyes will be on that meeting if it all materializes. Thank you so much, Asher, for joining us on Republic TV with your insights on that story. Viewers, we shift our focus to the other big story of the day that we're tracking for you. The Patiala House Court will pronounce order today at 4 p.m. on Tahavur Rana, who has said that he wants to engage a private counsel to represent him. For this, he's a 2611 mastermind, and for this purpose, he wants to talk to his family. And the court has previously reserved the order on this issue after receiving replies from the NIA and the jail authorities. So that's the breaking news we're getting in right now. Delhi court will be delivering the verdict today on his phone call plea. That's 2611 mastermind Tahavur Rana seeking permission to speak to his family members over the phone to consult them regarding a possible change in legal representation. And the court had reserved its decision on the 5th of August. Remember, it had just on Tuesday reserved its decision after hearing his submissions during in-camera proceedings. Rana had told court that he needs to consult his family before deciding whether to change his legal aid counsel and requested a one-time phone call for that purpose. And the plea was opposed by the Tihar jail authorities, citing serious security concerns. And Rana is currently lodged in Tihar jail. He's under judicial custody, and it has been extended till the custody has been extended till the 13th of August. And in a response submitted to the Special National Investigation Agency court, the Tihar jail authorities reiterated their opposition to allowing Rana regular telephonic access to his family, again citing security-related issues. And of course, it's not the first time that Rana has sought permission to speak with his family. Aditya is joining us live in the broadcast for more. Aditya, tell us more. What can we expect today at the Patiala House Court?
The court is set to decide on the two issues. The first, whether he can be allowed to have a telephonic call with his family regarding the fact that he is likely to engage a counsel in the matter of investigation. Now, in this matter, earlier the court has sought response from both the authorities, the jail authorities and the authorities of the state, that whether he can be allowed. The state has filed their response, to which the Patiala House Court will pronounced the judgment today at 4 in the matter that whether he can be allowed for a telephonic call with the family, considering that he should be engaging a counsel for the investigation which is underway.
Right, Aditya, thank you so much for joining us with those details coming in on that story. We'll keep an eye on that verdict from the Patiala House Court. Shocking news now coming in, viewers, from Ratlam in Madhya Pradesh. And we, of course, advise viewers discretion. Car ran over a child. This is the video that has also been doing the rounds on social media. Car running over a child, incident captured on CCTV camera. And it's shocking how this a minor was behind the wheels. He was behind the steering. Minor was driving this car. He runs over a toddler, 16-year-old teenager. He was living in a rented house nearby. He was driving the car, and Kishore's father had come to meet him from the village. The son had taken the car from him to take it for a round, and this happened. As you can see, we of course can't show you this visual, and you just see how the lady picks up, assumingly, I don't know if it's her son, but that toddler is run over, crushing the child with his car. The teenager flees. He does not even check what happened. He flees the spot. Case has been registered against him and his father. And the toddler has succumbed. Toddler dies after the teen ran over him. You can see that footage, that teenage driver. This is another case of hit and run. We've seen so many such cases. This is caught on CCTV, and a toddler is run over. You can see he's just mowed down, and this man continues to drive over him. This teenager drives away, runs over him, crushes him to death, and he escapes. We don't know any action that has been taken. We don't know if he has been arrested or not. But this is the footage. सत्य वजह joins us on the broadcast from सत्य वजह में बताएं क्या कुछ जानकारी सामने आ रही है, कौन है ये व्यक्ति, कौन है ये जो एक नाबालिग था, ये जो गाड़ी चला रहा था, हमें जानकारी मिल रही है, क्या इसको अरेस्ट किया गया है अभी तक?
जी हाँ, बिल्कुल। देखिए, मध्य प्रदेश के रतलाम से ये दर्दनाक तस्वीर सामने आई है, जहां पर कि एक 2 साल के नाबालिग बच्चे को कार ने कुचल दिया। और बड़ी अफसोस की बात यह है कि कार चालक भी नाबालिग था, 16 साल का एक बच्चा था जो कि कार चला रहा था। जो घटनाक्रम है, अगर उससे सिलसिलेवार मैं आपको समझाऊं तो जो 16 साल का बच्चा है वो अपने पिता की कार लेता है और 1 राउंड मारने की बात कहता है। इसी दौरान उसकी लापरवाही की वजह से जो एक बच्चा 2 साल का ऋतिक, जिसका नाम है, वो अपने घर के बाहर खेल रहा था, उसे ये कार कुचल देती है। साफ तौर पर नेग्लिजेंस है, लापरवाही है। इसीलिए रतलाम पुलिस अधीक्षक का यह कहना है कि उन्होंने जो नाबालिग कार चालक है उसके साथ साथ उसके पिता पर, जिसकी के नाम पर यह गाड़ी रजिस्टर्ड है, इन दोनों पर प्रकरण दर्ज कर लिया है। साथ ही साथ उन्होंने रतलाम में लोगों से यह अपील की है कि नाबालिग बच्चों को इस तरह से गाड़ी चलाने ना दें, और जो भी वैधानिक कार्रवाई है, चूंकि आरोपी जो है कार चालक वो भी नाबालिग है, इसीलिए जो वैधानिक कार्रवाई होती है वो की जाएगी। लेकिन तस्वीरें आप देखिए किस तरह से एक 2 साल का मासूम बच्चा ऋतिक, जो कि अपनी दादी की गोद में खेल रहा था, सिर्फ दादी पूजा की थाली घर रखने गई और इसी दौरान वो गोद से उतरकर रोड पे आ गया, और इसी बीच लापरवाही से गाड़ी चलाने वाले नाबालिग युवक की वजह से उसकी जान चली गई। काफी दर्दनाक तस्वीरें हैं, और ये तस्वीरें एक बार फिर ना सिर्फ मध्य प्रदेश बल्कि देश के लिए एक मैसेज है कि नाबालिग लड़कों को गाड़ी ना दी जाए, जिससे कि इस तरह की नेग्लिजेंसी ना हो।
जी जी, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए सत्य विजय। So that's another case that we are closely tracking, viewers. Another case of violation of rules, teenager underage driving, and this hit and run, and this innocent life lost. And we will keep a track of more updates on that. Viewers, we shift our focus to Karnataka now, where Rahul Gandhi has been claiming about voter list irregularities. The Election Commission has now sought declaration from Rahul Gandhi. Karnataka EC seeks declaration from Rahul Gandhi, the leader of opposition in Lok Sabha. Karnataka EC has responded to Rahul Gandhi over the matter, and they've sought excuse me, they've sought a declaration from Rahul Gandhi. Karnataka Election Commission. You remember, time and again we've seen Rahul Gandhi making remarks on voter list irregularities, about what the Election Commission has been doing, and now We have, in fact, we have now Rahul Gandhi's reaction coming in. He's speaking live. Listen in.
Manipulation first in Maharashtra, now in Karnataka. You've got figures also. I want to understand, where does electronic voting machines stand in the scheme of things? Are they also part of this illicit subversion or rigging?
See, I'm not going to go into conjecture. There is something called voter addition. We have only shown voter addition. There is also something called voter subtraction. We know that it is almost of the same scale, but we haven't got the data to assess that, so we're not talking about it. There is also something called voter suppression, right? So here we are talking about something that we have bulletproof proof. This is their data, right? So I don't want to get into the other possible places it's taking place. I am telling you that this election was lost because of simply this manipulation of the voter list. And we suspect there are many more like this.
Sanjay Mishra, Dainik Jagran.
राहुल जी, इलेक्शन कमीशन का अप्रोच,
Giving a teaser of some atom bomb or something, and now he holds a press conference, and he has now been also reacted, and Karnataka Election Commission has also hit back at him. Tell us more details. Harsha, can you hear me?
Yes, Rakshita, I can hear you. Now the Karnataka Election Commissioner have given out a letter to Rahul Gandhi to INC on the press conference which Rahul Gandhi has stated today, and CEO Karnataka has clearly stated, Karnataka Election Commission has clearly stated that Rahul Gandhi have to take an oath and give a written letter to the Election Commission of India with the name of the person. He's saying that there was irregularities, there was an exclusion of the name of the voters from the Karnataka election. The names, the serial, the part number, everything has to be given under oath mentioning to Rahul Gandhi, and if it will be found false, this is a punishable act under section 31 of the People's Representation Act 1950, and it clearly states that whatever Rahul Gandhi is mentioning, he have to give the evidence and proof of it. We very well know that Rahul Gandhi and the opposition parties have been raising this issue, but mostly Rahul Gandhi, he stated that there was irregularities in the Karnataka election, and his statement was then taken ahead by D.K. Shivkumar and Siddaramaiah, both CM and Deputy CM, stating that yes, there were many constituencies where there were irregularities and voter names were cut out of the electoral rolls. And now Election Commissioner, the new Election Commissioner officer of the Karnataka who has joined today, he earlier asked the INC leaders to come for the meeting on August 8th. The 1 to 3 p.m. time was given to the Congress party to come for a meeting. But today, after the press conference, a letter has been issued by Election Commission of India of the Karnataka body, where they have clearly asked Rahul Gandhi to give a signed oath letter under his name with the name of the people who are missing from the voter list. Now, Rakshita, this is the way the election commissioner, the election commission is working. We have already seen whatever election commission have earlier stated has stated with the facts and evidence, and that also Rahul Gandhi and the opposition party should show. They should behave like a responsible citizen and the responsible party. Whatever they are saying has a larger impact, so they can't say anything false. And if it will be false, then it will be a punishable offense under section 31. Back to you.
Yeah, right, Harsha. Thanks so much for joining us with those details. We also have Devendra Fadnavis reacting to this. Listen in.
मुझे ऐसा लगता है शायद वो एक बार चेक कर ले, या तो उनका दिमाग चोरी हो गया है या दिमाग में से चिप चोरी हो गई है, इसलिए बार बार वो ये चीजें कह रहे हैं। मुझे ऐसा लगता है शायद वो एक बार चेक कर ले, या तो उनका दिमाग चोरी हो गया है या दिमाग में से चिप चोरी हो गई है, इसलिए बार बार वो ये चीजें कहते हैं।
Now, viewers, rescue operations are in full swing in Uttarkashi disaster zone. It's a race against time for the rescuers. Drones have also been deployed to track the survivors in the disaster zone, and visuals have been coming in from Uttarkashi, from the rescue site. And now drones have also been deployed in Uttarkashi. You can see these visuals, these are drone footages as well. But of course, drones are used for there are other uses of drones as well. And for rescue efforts, also drones have been deployed in Uttarkashi. You can see this visual coming in from Uttarakhand's Uttarkashi that has there are many people who are being searched for. Many people have been rescued in the latest update that we have right now, and the search and rescue operations have been continuing. Over 225 troops are on ground. That includes engineers, medical teams, rescue specialists as well. Search and rescue dogs have also been deployed. Air support has also been deployed. At least 70 civilians have been rescued so far, and at least 3 people have been confirmed dead. And we have my colleague Ratan Negi joining us from the site. Ratan, हमें बताएं कि क्या कुछ अभी ताज़ा जानकारी आ रही है, कितने लोगों को अभी तक कुल मिला के बचा लिया गया है और किस तरह से बचाव कार्य चल रहा है?
हेलीपैड पर मौजूद और मेरे सहयोगी आपको तस्वीर दिखा रहे हैं। ये हेलीकॉप्टर है, इस हेलीकॉप्टर पर जूम करके दिखाइए। इस हेलीकॉप्टर में एसडीआरएफ के जवान मौजूद हैं। यहाँ पर स्क्वाड जो डॉग हैं वो इस हेलीकॉप्टर में मौजूद हैं, उनको लेकर जाया जा रहा है। इस हेलीकॉप्टर के अंदर यहाँ पर एनडीआरएफ का डॉग यहाँ पर मौजूद है और इसके अंदर एनडीआरएफ की टीम है। ये हेलीकॉप्टर यहाँ से उड़ान भरने वाला है। उड़ान भरते ही ये हेलीकॉप्टर सीधे हरसिल पहुँचने वाला है। इसके अंदर देखें, आप तस्वीरों में देखेंगे, यहाँ पर आपको डॉग उनका मौजूद है, एनडीआरएफ की टीम यहाँ पर मौजूद है। ये हेलीकॉप्टर सीधे हरसिल उतरेगा, वहाँ से जहाँ पर धराली में जहाँ पर ये आपदा आई है वहाँ पर ये लगातार अब रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन में तेजी लाने का काम करेगा। और ये तस्वीर आप देखिए, ये तस्वीर देखिए आप, ये हेलीकॉप्टर मताली हेलीपैड से उड़ने वाला है। ये देखिए, ये हेलीकॉप्टर, इसके अंदर एनडीआरएफ का डॉग और तमाम तकनीक उससे लैस जो सामान की जो आवश्यकता थी वहाँ पर, उस सामान को वहाँ पर पहुँचाने का काम लगातार किया जा रहा है।
जो हमारे साथ यहाँ पे रहते हैं, जो बच गए हैं वो अभी मेरे साथ कुछ खड़े हुए हैं, उनके नुमाइंदे। इसके तकरीबन 1.5 घंटे बाद 3:30 बजे आर्मी का जो कैंप है हरसिल साउथ का, जिसे हम बोलते हैं लोअर कैंप जिसे बोलते हैं, वहां पर एक और मडस्लाइड और फ्लैश फ्लड आया, जिसके कारण हमारे कैंप को भी क्षति पहुंची है और धराली का ये इलाका पूरा कट ऑफ हो गया।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सब का राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Mujawar has been a part of the ATS team that investigated this Malegaon case, and what he has to say today is explosive. He's breaking the silence. Mahmood Mujawar ji, thank you. शुक्रिया हमारे साथ बातचीत करने के लिए. First of all, आपको ये फैसला आज सुन के क्या लगा? Do you think justice has finally been done in the case, Mujawar ji?
बहुत अच्छा लगा सर, कहीं तो न्याय हो गया। और ये न्याय मिलाने के लिए जो आपने जद्दोजहद की, जो आपने कोशिश की, वो सही में काम आई सर। खास करके मैं निरंजन स्वामी
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Sports isn't just about medals and podiums. It is about heartbreak, challenges, and discipline. It is also about leaders choosing sport to empower the community to live longer and healthier. I congratulate my friend Arnab and R4 Sports for championing these untold stories that we all need to hear and learn from. Here's wishing R4 Sports all the best.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Republic TV with me, Akanksha Khajuria. Top of the hour, we will get you updates on the tariff that has been imposed on India and the rebuttal that has come from India saying that we will not compromise much and more on the other side. In fact, let's get you the headlines first. Donald Trump could meet Putin over Ukraine as soon as the next week, and this is what the sources have hinted at. NSA Ajit Doval has held meeting with Russian officials in Moscow as Donald Trump imposes additional tariffs on India.
और मैं जानता हूं व्यक्तिगत रूप से मुझे बहुत बड़ी कीमत चुकानी पड़ेगी, लेकिन मैं इसके लिए तैयार हूं। मेरे देश के किसानों के लिए, मेरे देश के मछुआरों के लिए, मेरे देश के पशुपालकों के लिए आज भारत तैयार है।
Prime Minister sends a strong message over Donald Trump's tariff, says he's ready to pay personal price. And now Donald Trump threatens of imposing secondary sanctions after slapping 50% tariffs on India. India officially pauses procurement of 6 additional Boeing P-8I maritime aircraft as of August 2025.
कांग्रेस यहां सामूहिक हत्या करवाती थी और समाजवादी पार्टी उनके चेले के रूप में उनके पाप पर पर्दा डालने का काम करती थी, हत्यारों को बचाने का काम करती थी।
Yogi Adityanath's big allegation on Congress party says Congress party involved in orchestrating mass killing in Sambal. Rahul Gandhi claims voter list irregularities. Karnataka Election Commission has hit back asking Rahul Gandhi to give name of the specific voters. Let's start with the breaking news coming in from Punjab. In an intelligence-led operation, the anti-gangster task force Punjab successfully foiled a major terror plot which was orchestrated by Pakistan-based Babbar Khalsa International and in fact operative Harvinder Rinda and terrorist Lakhbir Landa backed by Pakistan's ISI, and this is in fact the anti-terror operation that was foiled by the Punjab police there. In an intelligence-led operation, the anti-gangster task force of Punjab police successfully foiled a major terror plot that was orchestrated by Pakistan-based Babbar Khalsa International. And we'll try and get you more updates on this. And we're learning that IED has been recovered in this search operation in Taran district of Punjab. And this is the anti-terror plot that has been busted by the Punjab police. A terror plot by Pakistan's Babbar Khalsa International that has been foiled by the Punjab police. And we're learning that a bomb, IED, has been recovered in the search operation in Taran district of Punjab. Now it remains to be seen what action the Punjab police takes there. But this is the big terror plot that has been busted by the police there. And these are the visuals of the crackdown on this terror plot. IED has been recovered in Taran district in the state of Punjab. Let me go across to my colleague Deepak, who joins us live on this broadcast with more details. Deepak, give us more details about this terror plot that has been busted by the Punjab police. We are learning that IED has also been recovered from Taran district.
That's right, Akanksha. Like you clearly pointed out, this is a terror plot that has been foiled by our forces, and this planning was being done by Pakistan-based Babbar Khalsa. Now, what we understand from the details is the fact that it was an intelligence-led operation in which the anti-gangster task force, Punjab, has successfully foiled a major terror plot. And this, they received information from credible human intelligence. AGTF, along with Taran police, like you mentioned, Akanksha, initiated the crackdown. A search operation was also launched, and they recovered an improvised explosive device in Taran. And an explosive ordnance disposal team was also called to the scene for the diffusal of the IED, and subsequently diffused in joint efforts. An FIR has also been registered under the Explosives Act at police station Sirhali in Taran. So this is a major terror plot that has been foiled. And what the intelligence agencies suspect is that it could be a plot by Harvinder Rinda's associates, who are operating from across the border, and they received credible inputs about the IEDs that were placed. And what we understand is that after they received these inputs, they launched a search operation, and subsequently they dismantled the IED upon recovering it.
Absolutely, and very important to point out here is that Taran district is very close to the Pakistan border. So now it remains to be seen what action will be taken. Thanks so much, Deepak, for all the details. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. Now shifting our focus to a big breaking story that we are tracking for you. Reports are suggesting that Putin will in fact be visiting India in late August, and this is the big breaking news. And this comes in the backdrop of the tariff war that is currently underway. Donald Trump attacking India and imposing 50% tariff for buying the oil from Russia. And what we're learning is that Putin will be visiting India in late August. And this is very important because today NSA Ajit Doval is also in Russia to strengthen the bilateral ties between the two countries. And now the reports coming in that in fact the Russian president could visit India by late August, and this will be very important. This will send a very strong message to the United States, given how in the last 3 days he has been attacking and singling out India when it comes to tariff threat. He has imposed 50% tariff on India, 25% separately just for buying oil from Russia, and he has been completely silent when it comes to US buying, in fact, uranium, fertilizers, palladium for their own country from Russia. But the visit of Putin to India will send out a very, very strong message to the United States that the relationship between India and the Russia remains strong despite the threat and the war that has been launched by Donald Trump as far as tariff is concerned. Let me take you through what has happened in the last few days. Donald Trump has taken on India. Initially, he imposed 25% and said that there would be a penalty separately for buying oil from Russia. And yesterday, he announced that there would be additional 25% tariff on India. That takes it to the total of 50. And the reason that has been given by Donald Trump is that India is buying oil from Russia, and hence this massive 50% tariff has been imposed on India. But now with Russian President Putin visiting India, this will give out a very strong message that India and Russia relationship will not fall apart because of this threat by Donald Trump at all. And this will be a strong message that will be given by both the countries. And this comes at a time when NSA Ajit Doval is also there. In fact, today he met with several Russian officials in Moscow is what we're learning. And we're learning that later this month, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar will also be visiting Russia to strengthen the bilateral ties as well. Let me go across to my colleague Chandrakala, who's been tracking this story very closely. Chandrakala, we're learning that Russian president will be visiting India in late August. How significant is this? What sort of message will this send to United States?
Well, the fact is that, of course, now that the NSA, Indian NSA, Ajit Doval is already in Moscow, and he has confirmed during his meeting with the Russian Security Council advisor, Chief Sergei Shoigu in Moscow, that the Russian president will be visiting India very soon. The dates are yet to be confirmed on this, because this particular meeting comes at a very crucial time, as we have seen that Donald Trump is also planning to visit Moscow anytime soon in the coming week. Yes, also this meeting is taking place at a very crucial time when the tariff sanctions are happening, and of course Russia has made it clear that our relationship with India, the relationship with Russia, India-Russia ties stand strong, and we look forward to bolster the ties. And of course, External Affairs Minister will also be visiting Moscow at the end of this month. The very fact that this particular visit comes at a time when
Absolutely. Right now, in fact, Ajit Doval is in Russia, and in the next few days, in fact, we're learning External Affairs Minister will also be there. Let me quote what Ajit Doval has stated in a meeting that he was at in Russia. He has said, "We are pleased to know that about President Putin's visit to our country at the end of August." So this is what the NSA of India has said there. Let me also go across to my colleague Ishan. Ishan, tell us how significant will this visit be as far as the visit of Russian President to India is concerned, and what message will this give to United States, because this comes in the backdrop of threat after threat that has been given by Donald Trump.
The visit of President Putin to India is a very significant and strategic move by Russia. This move is primarily to reassure India that has come under immense pressure from the United States to stop consumption of Russian oil and stop importing and exporting goods to Russia. However, this also highlights the hypocrisy of the West, that they have been themselves importing importing from Russia, and they want India to stop. This move by President Putin to visit India in August is very significant and shows geostrategic posturing of Russian politics and has strengthened India's cause.
Absolutely. This, in fact, comes in the backdrop of NSA Doval also in Russia. He's been meeting with a lot of Russian officials there, and especially in the backdrop of US threatening India with tariffs, and in fact going on to say today that there would be secondary sanctions as well on India because of the purchase of oil from Russia. Chandrakala, I would like to come to you on this very point. India has, in the last few days, countered this claim of United States that they have been attacking us for buying oil from Russia, but on the same time, they themselves are buying fertilizer, uranium, and also material for their EV industry as well from Russia. Then why singling out as far as India is concerned? So definitely this visit would send out a big message to US on the relationship between Russia and India.
Absolutely, of course, as you rightly pointed out, that no matter what, how unreasonable and unpredictable Trump is, and he has been singling out only India, and he has been questioned several times, and why singling out only India, because there is China as well, and he has come out with a statement that lots going to happen in coming few months and coming few days, and then the point that India has made very much clear that no matter what kind of tariff threat comes along, we are going to stand strong, and we are going to counter our national interests. Of course, as far as our farmers are concerned, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has clearly stated that how important, and we give topmost priorities to the farmers as well as dairy farming, because of course Trump has been asking for a direct market access. This has been one key point where for which the trade deal could not come into effect, and now that Trump has imposed additional sanctions apart from 25% 50% tariff is something that the entire world is staring at, and we are going to stand strong and firm on our position.
Absolutely. Chandrakala and Nishan, stay on with us. In fact, we have another breaking news coming in. NSA Ajit Doval is in Russia today, and key meetings of the NSA is currently underway with the top Russian diplomats. And in fact, this holds a lot of importance, and he is there to strengthen the ties between India as well as Russia. And those are, in fact, the visuals on your screen of NSA Doval in Russia. He has been meeting with a lot of top officials there, and this holds a lot of importance, especially in the backdrop of the tariff threat by the United States. Once again, I would like to bring in my colleague Chandrakala. So this, in fact, there are reports in which Ajit Doval has said that he welcomes the visit of the Russian president to India. What more are you learning about the meeting that is currently underway as far as NSA and the top Russian officials are concerned?
Well, absolutely, a very, very crucial meeting is currently underway, and Ajit Doval is meeting all the top officials from Russia as far as buying Russian oil is concerned, and as far as tariff sanction is concerned. And of course, security is one such top priority as far as his talks with all the officials are concerned. Also, this sends out a message to the entire international community that no matter what, we will be following our national interests. Of course, we will continue to have a good relationship with Russia. We anyways have a good relationship with all the other countries, and of course, this particular visit absolutely is a clear stance that India is indicating towards having a strong ties with Russia. A very, very crucial meet right at this point of time, and of course, the fact that Donald Trump is also visiting Moscow. He is visiting Moscow, and there are a lot of speculation is right that this might hamper the talk between, this could be an attempt by Donald Trump, as he is unpredictable, to hamper a talk between NSA Doval and the Russian authority there. But yes, he's supposedly to meet, he's likely to meet the Russian president also. NSA Doval is likely to meet the Russian president.
Absolutely. So National Security Advisor is currently there over the next 1 month. We're learning that External Affairs Minister will also be there. And other than that, Donald Trump will be meeting with Russian president. Russian president will also coming to India. So a lot of to and fro that has been going on. In fact, I request both of you to stay on with us. I'm in fact joined by Nikita, who is the director of Eurasian Analytical Club, UAC. Thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. How do you look at this visit of Russian president to India? Because this comes in the backdrop of the threat that US has given to India as far as buying oil and energy resources from Russia is concerned. Your first reaction to this?
I think that it is quite a usual reaction in such case, because the United States started to use international trade system as a weapon to force other countries, including Russia and India, to commit some kind of political steps. Of course, we cannot use more this system, which became a weapon of American colonialism. And of course, we have to negotiate about building our new system, maybe on the base of BRICS with China and other countries. This new system is going to be independent from the political pressure, political ideology, and based on the respect and independence of the member states. Of course, in this situation, visits, contacts between leaders of our countries are unavoidable and important.
Absolutely, and this comes at the backdrop of the tariff war that has been going on. How do you look at the secondary sanction threat that Donald Trump, in fact, gave today? How do you think that would affect the relationship between India and Russia? Because India has made it quite clear that we will not stop exporting as far as the oil from Russia is concerned. How do you look at the relationship now going forward in the backdrop of the tariff threat?
I think that, in fact, we may ignore all American threats because, in 2022 in Russia, there were some people who were afraid of United States sanctions, economical aggressions, and they were afraid that it will make our lives harder. But now, from 2025, I can answer all these questions. Nothing have changed. Russia